morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the 10th MOWCAP General Meeting here in Ulaanbaatar. If you could please be seated so that we can start with the first items of the day, which are the exciting nominations for the 2024 cycle of nominations to the MOWCAP Regional Register. So thank you so much for being here. And Diane, you may go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Lan. Good morning, everybody. Now, I'm chairing this session, and we have, I think, 21 presentations and just a little bit over 2 hours for those presentations. So I'm going to be very strict about the 5 minutes. That is 5 minutes per presentation, then we'll have just a little bit of time for the changeover, and that's to the next speaker, and that will take up most of the time we've got allocated. So I will warn you at 4 minutes, and then 5 minutes you'll need to stop presenting. So once you get that 4-minute warning, please try and just bring your presentation to an end. Can I also suggest that if you have a lot of text on your presentation, on your slides, that you just perhaps quickly summarise it, because people can read it while you're speaking, and that might help save a little bit of time. Now, I'll be just calling out the presenters in order of country, but we won't be having discussion after the presentation. After the nomination presentations, Helen will give the RSC report, and then there'll be some time for questions and discussion. So let's get started. First is Australia with the Edward David expedition documents. This is a joint nomination, and we've agreed that the two countries can both speak.
This joint nomination by significant scientific expedition to Ulaanbaatar Atoll in the Aleutian Mountains, now Tuvalu, in 1897 by a team led by Australian geologist William Edgeworth David. The expedition, which followed a previous expedition in 1896, investigated Charles Darwin's theory of the formation of coral atolls 7 years after his death. Darwin had observed during the Beagle voyage in the 1830s that atolls were formed by the subsidence of oceanic volcanic islands, along with the upward growing growth of reef-constructing coral formation. This expedition was unique in its ability to assess and prove Darwin's hypothesis in a short period of time. The nominated records, including manuscript albums, photograph albums, and lantern slides, provide two different viewpoints of the expedition. First of all, the scientific expedition records created by David and his team and the report of the Royal Society form an important Sorry, I'll go back. The nominated records, including manuscript items, photograph albums, and lantern slides, provide two different viewpoints of the expedition. First of all, the scientific expedition records created by David and his team and the report of the Coral Reef Committee of the Royal Society form an important baseline for understanding the impacts of climate change in Tuvalu, the Pacific, and worldwide. And writings by Caroline Edgeworth David, Professor David's wife, describe her experiences in Funafuti and her interactions with the contemporary relevance of the documents for the study of climate change, with its imminent impact on Tuvalu, and the documentation of the lives of the ancestors of today's Tuvaluans are of historical and social and community significance. This nomination has been coordinated and submitted by the Australian UNESCO Memory of the World National Committees of Australia and Tuvalu. Who is participating? It's in Australia, there's 5 different institutions: the University of Sydney Archives, the Macleay Collections at the Chow Chak Wing Museum, the University of Sydney, National Library of Australia, State Library of New South Wales, the Australian Museum Archives, and the National Library in Tuvalu and Archives of Tuvalu. So there's some pictures here quickly. The book that Mrs. Edgeworth David wrote, Funafuti, or 3 Months on a Coral Island, an unscientific account of a scientific expedition. This is the one which describes the inhabitants of Tuvalu, many of them the ancestors of today's Tuvaluans. There's a map there of the voyage from Sydney to Tuvalu, the atoll in the Pacific where the scientific expedition took part, and there's a picture there of Tuvaluan islanders with one of the traders who lived on the island. Many of them are people who are the ancestors, of course, of today's Tuvaluans. So what was the outcome? The outcome was that Charles Darwin's theory of the formation of coral atolls was proven by this expedition. It's now a baseline for understanding coral atoll formation and the effects of climate change to this day. The work done by Mrs. David in her book on Funafuti also has been of tremendous importance to Tuvalu. It's a very interesting, and it was a bestseller, her book, and one that certainly informed opinions around in Tuvalu and has given them information about their ancestral ways, their people for whom they are, their ancestors, and also the lifestyle of the Tuvaluans at the time. There's a picture here of one of the Macleay Collection Chow Chak Wing Museum slides showing, and you can see how they are identified. Funafuti near the Girls Club, and has names of the people. So it's a very good documentation, but quite apart from the popularity of Mrs. David's book and also the impact of the scientific expedition. It's a very rounded account of the life on a tropical island in the late 19th century. So thank you.
Thank you, Ros. I think now we have Mamau from Funafuti to speak to that nomination. Oh, Tuvalu. What did I say? Oh, no, Funafuti.
Hi, so thank you for the opportunity, and alofa and greetings to you all from joining in from Suva, Fiji. Firstly, I would like to thank the chair of MOWCAP and organizers for this great opportunity to present on behalf of my institution and the Tuvalu National Committee for Memory of the World. I would also like to thank the host country, the Ministry of Culture of Mongolia, and your National Committee, and to our sponsors as well, UNESCO Bangkok. And not forgetting Miss Roslyn and participants from the UNESCO Australia MOW committee for agreeing to join nomination and to present our nomination today on the MOWCAP 10th General Meeting. So my presentation today is, as Ross has mentioned, the Funafuti Edward David 1897 expedition. The overview of my presentation: firstly, I will talk on the summary. Secondly, the nominator or the custodians of the nominated documentary heritage, description of the nominated documentary heritage, its authenticity and integrity, the regional significance, impact in terms of gender equality, conditions of both of the documentary heritage and risks, preservation management plan, and lastly, consultation with stakeholders. Summary: there are 2 items of the documentary heritage in this nomination. The first item is the technical report of the scientific expedition. The expedition's attempt to prove Charles Darwin's subsistence theory on the origin of atolls and coral reef, a topical issue within the scientific community at the time, has added scientific and historical significance to this report. The report is important because of the data that contained inside the report. The second item is a readable and interesting account of the expedition of Funafuti and of the social, economic, political, and religious activities of the native Funafutians. It is the first and only published account of these activities of the Funafuti of that era, before colonization by anyone, foreigner or Funafutians. Both items were written by people who actually lived on the island for much longer than few hours visiting missionaries or traders, who were the only other outsiders visiting Tuvalu in that era, spent on each island. For this reason, both items remain useful as historical references and evidences with which to compare the remembered past of some of the oral traditions of the people of Funafuti. The Tuvalu National Library and Archive is the nominator and custodian for the 2 nominated documentary heritage, and it is under the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports.
Can I just interrupt? We've
Yes.
only got 5 minutes for the presentation, and
Okay.
the time is running out quite fast. 1.5 minutes left, so
Okay.
just a warning. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Legal status: the chief librarian is by virtue of the power vested in him or her under the Public Record Act is a custodian of all public records and their maintenance. This includes authority to regulate and control public access to and use of materials in the archives. So the accessibility of these documents is accessible to anyone, provided that the chief librarian and archivist is satisfied, and after an interview, that the person requesting access will make proper use of the documents. The copyright status of the nominated items: Tuvalu Public Record Act stipulates that the use of the material in the archive must be in accordance with copyright law. The archivist, however, is advisor to the minister in determining what materials in the archives that the public has access to that may have to be published. So as you can see in the 5th slide, the 2 nominated documentary heritage. The type of the documentary heritage is that both of the items are books, hard copy books. Their catalog details are: the first item is its classification number is TUV 551.42, and it is inside the box 195 in the repository, while the other classification number for the other item is TUV 996.1. Both documents were part of the Gilbert and Ellis Island Colony collection of the Western Pacific Archives that was based in Suva, after it had relocated in 1953 to Honiara in the Solomon Islands.
I'm just going to interrupt. Could you please bring the presentation to a conclusion?
Okay.
Because we're only allowing 5 minutes for each presentation and we won't get through them all if we allow extra time. Thank you.
So to conclude my presentation, as I've mentioned with Ms. Roslyn's explanation, both of the nominated documentaries are in satisfactory, are not damaged. The content and character has not been compromised in any way. And currently, the Tuvalu National Library and Archive has not had any preservation and management plan. So at the moment, we are working on that. And the consultation with stakeholders, the committee, the National Committee of the Memory of the World have discussed this nomination and approved this in 2018, which is where all of the committee, the members supported these nominations. So
thank you. I think we do need to stop there. People can read the nomination online, and if they've got any questions, they can ask at the end of this session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Please, can we have your presentation?
Should I go there or from here? It's okay. Good morning and warm greetings to all from the land of Rokeya. I am honored and privileged to have the opportunity to present Bangladesh submission before you, which is Sultana's Dream by Rokeya Sakhawat Hussain. Nominator of the item is Liberation War Museum. At the same time, I understand that it is impossible to present Rokeya, her work and dream in 5 minutes. I will just ask you to let your imagination fly on whatever I... The first question is, who is Rokeya Sakhawat Hussain? Next slide. Yeah. She was born in a conservative Muslim landlord family of Rangpur, Bangladesh. Became a self-educated woman, social reformer, educationist, author, worked for women's rights, including their voting rights, education for women, especially Muslim women. In honor of her late husband, she established Sakhawat Memorial Girls' School in 1911 in Kolkata. The institution has made great contribution in the spread of education among Muslim girls. Sultana's Dream by Rokeya was written in English, first published in the Indian Ladies magazine in 1905 from Madras, Chennai, India. Published, next slide, yeah. Published as a book from Kolkata in 1908. Rokeya, an woman much ahead of her time, died in 1932, remained unsung for long. She made a majestic comeback since the 1960s with the rise of the new women's movement. Sultana's Dream got recognition nationally, regionally, and globally. Next slide. What is the historical significance of Sultana's Dream? It is now being considered as a major feminist writing of Bengal with influence in South Asia and beyond. It is a science fiction story about Lady Land of the future. Next slide, yeah. It is a science fiction story about Lady Land of the future with green urban scapes where people travel by helicopter long before it came into existence, use solar power before community could think about that, and women are running the affairs of the state. 27 illustration by Chitra Ganesh in the US edition of 2018 describes this in a very powerful way. Next slide. Subsequently, various editions of Sultana's Dream has been published widely, especially in recent decades. I read out here a different quote by Lloyd Price from Cardiff University on her PhD thesis. She wrote, quote, "Sultana's dream gives them, that is women, hope by showing the power of women. The reality of life is different, where women suffer in many ways, but casting Ladyland as the utopia creates a strength when embraced by many," unquote. Next slide. Liberation War Museum was established in 1996, a private museum with a strong support from the community, from the public. And it is a custodian of Rokeya Sakhawat Hussein's legacy. The museum received the photocopy of the first edition of the book published in 1908 from a private donor. The researchers and academics has considered this as an authentic document. Next slide. The museum has published the facsimile edition of that first edition in 2005 to widely circulate the document. And next slide. The museum has other related documents. Two of these are shown here. The photograph of Rokeya with her husband while she was writing Sultana's Dream, and an original letter from Rokeya. Next slide. The playbill and flyer of the dramatized version of Sultana's Dream, which was staged in 1980, commemorating the birth centenary of Rokeya Sakhawat Hussein in Bangladesh. In our search for the original, we found that Prime Minister's Museum and Library, New Delhi, has the original magazine in their custody. They have provided us with the digital copy of that in 2022. And also our search for the original has taken us to the British Library. The South Asian section has Sultana's Dream in their collection. And next slide, yeah. And finally, I will say, next slide, that the Rokeya's dream and struggle continues even today. It is an example even today. Another example of this is the recently made full-length animation feature film by the Spanish director Isabel Arguera titled Sultana's Dream, which was premiered last year in the San Sebastian Film Festival. And the still from the film tells us where Sultana's Dream stands today. A unique document of the past having great significance for our present and our future. We are asking for the recognition of this writing that was marginalized, which deserves a rightful place in the memory of the world. Thank you.
Not sure if people can hear me say 1 minute when someone's speaking. Is that a problem? How can I solve that? Does anyone know? A bell, yes. Yeah. Hand sign. I'll raise my hand. Okay, that's good. So next, when we get to the next lot of 4 minutes, I'll raise my hand. But I understand China is next, and you're going to show 3 videos. Is that right? And I think they will all be within the 5 minutes each, and within the 15 minutes. Thank you.
Located at the heart of western Sichuan, the 4,500-year-old city, Chengdu, is the birthplace of ancient Shu civilization in China, the origin of the Southern Silk Road, and one of the starting points of the Tea Horse Road. For millenniums, Chengdu has been home to Sichuan tea, which has traversed beyond Sichuan region with its fragrance welcomed around the globe. The tea-drinking culture was prevalent in the land of Sichuan as early as the Western Han Dynasty. For thousands of years, the fragrance of tea has been unceasing. By 1909, the end of the Qing dynasty, there were 454 tea houses among the 516 streets and alleys of Chengdu. By 1929, the number had reached 641. Drinking tea has been an innate lifestyle, immutable for the people of Chengdu. Archives relating to Chengdu traditional tea houses, totaling 6,345 items, compile archival documents and materials related to the traditional tea houses in Chengdu from 1903 to 1949, including manuscripts, business documents, charts, photos, and printed materials. After the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1949, the archives were transferred to the Chengdu Municipal Archives for custody. Serving as a witness to modern tea culture and urban changes, the archives reflect the diverse functions of traditional tea houses covering daily operations, industry administration, commercial trade, cultural exchanges, and women's protection from various perspectives. Standing out from systematic and comprehensive documentation among similar kinds, the archives are of representative significance. The archives record the Chengdu sample of Chinese tea house culture. Prominent regional characters and historical memories can be found in equipment and facilities such as tiger stoves, tea blending pots, and bamboo chairs, as well as tea set like tureen, along with tea ceremonies and customs such as tea placing, brewing, and pouring. The traditional tea houses demonstrated inclusiveness to all walks of life, bringing together the diverse Chinese cultures to be recorded in the archives. The archives record the humanistic spirit of inclusiveness and assimilation. The traditional tea houses encompass the myriad faces of local life, being stages for the display and inheritance of traditional opera forms like Sichuan opera, Qingyin, and shadow puppetry, inclusive to the germination and growth of Western cultural elements such as lottery and film screenings. The archives record the symbiosis and fusion between tea houses and the city. Chengdu traditional tea houses used to be important places for social contact, dispute mediation, business negotiation, and cultural inheritance. Nowadays, as the resident population increased from nearly 300,000 in the late Qing dynasty to 22 million, Chengdu accommodates more than 20,000 tea houses intertwining across the city. Tea houses mirror the harmony, inclusiveness, innovation, and creation of the city and reveal the relaxation, optimism, and confidence of Chengdu people, making them an integral part of Chengdu in essence. Steeped in tea fragrance, Chengdu represent a shared impression of tea houses in China, which chronicle the memory of history, witness the revolution of the epochs, and envision the infinite future. Archives relating to Chengdu traditional tea houses are not only a historical testimony to Chengdu's development, but also a cultural treasure shared by a nation and the world.
Oh, sorry. That was an example of a perfect 5 minutes. Spot on.
Huangshan City, formerly known as Huizhou, is located in eastern China. It holds a prominent position in Chinese culture due to its unique culture, history, natural scenery, and folk customs. The Huizhou Genealogy Archives, housed in the Huangshan Archives, consist of 427 sections and 2,235 volumes. These records cover almost 1,000 years from 960 to 1949 and document the changes in politics, economy, culture, art, and society in Huizhou.
国有史，地有志，家有谱，包括徽州谱牒在内的徽州千年征用档案，是记录徽州征信世代繁衍与文明进步的重要载体。
Countries and regions using Chinese characters have a long history of genealogy compilation. However, few of the existing ancient genealogies can date earlier than the 14th century. Among them, the general genealogy of the Jiang clan branched with Chinese character Jin from 1189, and the family records of the Wang clan in Jincheng of Xin'an from 1324 are extremely rare. From the 14th to 17th century, the vast majority of the existing Chinese family records are from Huizhou. In the 1930s, ancient literature researcher Zhao Wenli stated that most of the existing Ming Dynasty, 1368 to 1644, family genealogies are from Huizhou, with only a few from elsewhere. Huizhou genealogies are updated every 30 years. In this way, clan origins and family precepts have been handed down from generation to generation. Compliance, peace, honesty, fairness, and solidarity have been integral in the daily lives of Huizhou residents throughout history. These values have defined Huizhou's unique culture and spirit, empowering its community, management, social progress, and lasting peace. They remain relevant today.
Huizhou genealogy reflects the openness of a regional society to absorb different civilizations, make that connection between many different important events in history, in art, in culture, in science, technology has affected the world population and culture.
From the 4th to 12th century, over 90 northern clans moved to Huizhou during 3 major migrations. As Huizhou merchants rose to prominence over 300 years, Huizhou people spread worldwide. Overseas emigrants still saw Huizhou as their soul's final refuge. Huizhou genealogical records have become essential for many overseas Chinese to trace their ancestry and find their roots and belonging. The Huizhou Genealogy Archives document the significant contributions of notable Chinese figures such as Zhu Xi, a Neo-Confucian philosopher, Cheng Dawei, inventor of the abacus, Dai Zhen, a philosopher, and Hu Shi, a writer and a thinker. The Huizhou Genealogy Archives have many records on awards for chaste women, showing how the concept of chastity harmed women physically and mentally in ancient times. In the mid-16th century, wooden movable type printing was applied to genealogy, facilitating its dissemination. Among these archives, some genealogies contain ancestor portraits, indicating the art of full woodcut portraits was already used in genealogies in the mid-16th century. The Huizhou Genealogy Archives are valuable artistic treasures. Using Xuan paper, Huizhou ink sticks, and woodblock printing, they retain the charm of traditional Chinese calligraphy. Besides, they boast unique anti-forgery seals. With the discovery, disclosure, and study of Huizhou genealogies, Huizhou studies have evolved into a thriving branch of research globally. These genealogies are highly regarded by scholars worldwide, significantly accelerating the advancement and global reach of Huizhou studies. Huangshan City attaches great importance to the Huizhou genealogy archives and engages in widening the scope of Huizhou studies and international exchanges, aiming to make greater contributions to the integration of world civilizations.
I wonder if we go on to the next one. We'll come back to the third presentation from China shortly. So next on our list is India with 3 nominations and 3 presentations. So at 1 minute left for each one, I'll raise my hand at 4 minutes. Yeah.
It's not working. Yes, fine. Can you start? PPT.
And go through the 3 presentations you have.
Yes. Shall I start? Yeah. Namaskar. Thank you, RSC, for giving us opportunity to make presentation. See, this first nomination, the illustrated manuscript of Ramcharitmanas of Tulsidas. Basically, this is based on the story of Lord Ram. Ramayana, which is known as one of the most renowned epic all over the world, available in 331 variations. And this particular text, Ramcharitmanas, is being composed by Goswami Tulsidas in 1574 as a seminal work of spirituality and Bhakti tradition in 1574 in Avdi language, which is a dialect of Hindi, which is most spoken by the people in India. And the basic purpose of this was to popularize the story of Lord Rama, because Lord Rama holds immense importance and value in Indian culture, as he is considered an ideal hero, a hero of embodiment and righteousness, and he is named as a Maryada Purushottam Ram. And this particular story, which is has received much attention all over the world. Its performing art tradition, Ram Leela, has already been recognized by the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage as Ram Leela, and its Ram Katha is being recited not just in India but hundreds of the countries in the world, in Asia and other part of country like Maldives, Fiji, Mauritius, and Caribbean islands, and many other countries. Next slide, please. Basically, this manuscript has been selected based on. Is it a presentation? Yes, right. This manuscript, which we have been recommending here, are handwritten old paper manuscripts, and among the oldest illustrated manuscript, and it has various about 200 exotic miniature paintings, which are very rare, and it has authenticity and integrity in terms of colophons and style features, which confirm the authenticity of these manuscripts. It is housed in one of the most important institutions of India, National Museum of India. Next slide. And we have selected two manuscripts. There are hundreds of manuscripts on these topics, and we have selected two manuscripts. Reason because these are the illustrated manuscripts, which contains a lot of valuable information. The first one, which is in Avdi, which is supposed to be written sometime in 1863, and it is also having lot of illustration. The second one, which is in two parts, next slide, which is basically in Nastaliq script but in Avdi language, and that shows significance that this text is very popular among various across the religions, not just Hindu religion. And this manuscript, which is in two parts, also contain lot of illustrations. Next slide, please. Basically, if you see that why we have selected these manuscripts, because of illustration, it is most complete, and it is a single institute collection. It is already digitized, it has been kept in best of the conditions, and it is well preserved. And most importantly, like in Asia, in many countries, Ram Leela is performed, and Ramayana is very popular, and this particular text which deserve a place in regional register because of its greatness, its authenticity, its relevance to the all over the world, because Lord Ram was the hero who given the message of ideal uh, how a hero should be treated as. And it has a lot of, next slide, historical significance because it is basically a kind of poetry which make popular, and it also had
5 minutes gone, so could you just
okay.
bring it to? Thank you.
So just last sentence that I request that because of its greatness of the text and valuability, I request RSC and all of you to consider to inscribe in the regional register. Thank you very much. Next, please.
Next presentation, yep.
The next presentation which we have, a next nomination is one of the poetry manuscripts which is considered one of the most rare manuscript on Indian aesthetics. We call it like Dhwani and Rush. Next slide. It is Saharde Lochana, which is a seminal Indian text which is housed in one of the very important institute, Bhandarkar Oriental Research. Basically, this manuscript which was in Kashmir was acquired by the well-known Indologist Wooler, who collected about 838 manuscripts from Jammu and Kashmir and given it to an institution in Bombay. Later it was housed in now in Pune in Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute. It has been digitized and kept in the best of the condition. Next slide. Basically, this manuscript contains two texts, namely the Saharde Loka and Lochana. One is the text, another is the commentary. But these texts are kept together because these are considered complement to each other. And this particular manuscript is undoubtedly considered one of the very important texts because it has been written by very, very important Indologists like Anand Vardhan, who lived in 9th century in Kashmir. He written the Saharde Loka Lochana, and its commentary was written by great Avinav Gupta, and Avinav Gupta manuscript collection has already been listed in the international register. So because of its significance to Indian aesthetics, particularly Dhwani and Rush, this is one of the most valuable texts. Next slide, please. This is the photograph of the manuscript. Next slide. Some of the photographs of the manuscripts. Next slide. And why we are selecting or nominating this? Because this is one of the rarest manuscripts. Sarda, written in Sarda script. You know, Sarda is a rare script, and it is considered 400-year-old, maybe sometime in 14th century. And also its authenticity and integrity is fully established. It is well preserved, and this is a very important text for people in performing art because it related to Natya Shastra, the drama traditions. So next slide. And its historical significance has been well established. If you see this, go to the next slide. This G. Tucci, a retired professor, University of Rome, he has given a very good observation about that. The theory of Anandavardhan, which we have expounded in its essential here, is one of the greatest contribution of India to the aesthetic problem, and it deserves even now all our attention. One of the most sensitive critics of our times, Paul Valéry, more than 10th century later, ideally connect himself to this kind of work, and it has a lot of historical significance. And keeping that in mind, because this is one of the rarest, this is the most relevant, in the context of current performing traditions, I request RSC and all of you to consider nomination of this to the next slide. Yeah. I have given certain points about the authenticity. It is fully established by the records. It is available in physical as well as in digital form. It is Bell catalog. And in 1902 and 93, noted German scholar Hermann Jacobi also translated the text into German languages using this manuscript. We may safely speculate the age of this nomination, 16th century. And this nomination, which is in script, Sarda script and handwritten, old, and also complete, and it is a treasure trove of Indian rare manuscripts. So I request RSC and all of you to consider its nomination. Thank you very much. This 5 minutes is a very tough call.
Minutes. Thank you.
Next slide. So all these forms and style and other things have been shown to all of you, and this is well written in the nomination. So Panchatantra, I'm sure you all know about it. It is one of the ancient collection of next slide, fables in Sanskrit estimated to be 3,000 year old. This is the current nominated manuscript, 15th century manuscript of Panchatantra, is one of the oldest manuscript. It has only 7 pages are missing. It is housed in the also in Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute. I just want to quote an incident on this. In 2015, His and Her Highness Emperor of Pakistan, Japan, Emperor and Empress of Japan visited India, and I was in Jawaharlal Nehru University. So during the visit to JNU, the Empress desired that I want to see Panchatantra, and I organized the exhibition of rare manuscript on Panchatantra, and they spent about 45 minutes seeing that. So that kind of like significance. Next slide. It is a very significant contribution which basically talks about culture, lifestyle, ethos, and morals of the South Asian subcontinent. The fables have been translated into over 50 languages and have influenced literature across Asia, Europe, Latin America, and all over the world. Next slide. The manuscript which has been recommended, next slide, is basically written in Devanagari script. It is in Sanskrit. It exemplifies the literary device of recursive narration with stories embedded within stories. The character often animals have Sanskrit names that highlight their traits or behavior. Next slide, please. Relevance of the manuscript, because Panchatantra holds a special significance in instilling moral and values in children prevalent throughout South Asia and entire Asia. The fables impart valuable lesson on living a wise and moral life. And next slide. Its regional significance has been, there are many examples, like in 15th century manuscript, Panchatantra has been translated into 50 languages. Numerous similarities exist between the Panchatantra and other literary works worldwide due to its exclusiveness translation. It has influenced storytelling tradition in India and the Middle East, notably the trope of the reflecting on princes' actions. The Panchatantra has various names in Asia, earliest known as, translated into the Middle Persian, was done by Wurjo in Pahlavi language, along with Syrian translation known as Kalilag and Damanag, and similarly in Arab we call it Kalila and Damina. And it influenced in Europe on literature, notably the Arabian Nights and the La Fontaine's fables. So it shows the significance globally. Next slide. It also A Hebrew Rabbi has written stories in Latin by John of Capura as Dialectum Human Values in 1480. A German translation of the same was published. You can see on the slide there's so much international significance, and it basically its inscription in the UNESCO Memorial Regional Register will duly recognize its cultural significance and facilitate its preservation and promotion. This is basically housed in Bori, as I already, next slide, and Bhandakar Research Institute. I don't want to say much on this nomination because this is something which of highly importance in current context where we are facing this digital technology and children are going away from reading, and storytelling is considered one of the best way to inculcate moral values among the children, and texts like Panchatantra are the way to transfer the moral values to our children. So I request RSC and all of you to consider this nomination to the regional register. Thank you very much.
Keeping so well to time on your three. I know it's quite hard doing one after the other and keeping track of time. Now, are we ready for the third China? Yeah, okay. So our next three presentations are from Indonesia, and we will have the third China one after the tea break. Huh? Green, and that's the one we'll have.
The Derga Printing House is located in Derga County of Kharzi, Tibetan Autonomous Prefecture, Szechuan Province, on the eastern edge of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. It was built in 1729 by Chogyal Tenpa Tsering. The 12th Derga king and successive Derga kings had a large number of texts and works block printed. At present, the Derga Printing House has the largest collection of printing blocks for Tibetan texts concerning the most diverse branches of learning. Well preserved and unique worldwide, they are of great significance for enriching world cultural heritage and expanding cultural exchanges around the world. These block printed texts are famous worldwide for the neat carvings of the blocks, their use of a standard font, their natural and poised layout, as well as fine collation. The printing blocks can be divided into two categories, text blocks and image blocks. Text blocks are divided into 6 categories: Kengyur, Tengyur, compendiums, collected works, comprehensive categories, and separate editions of the Tripitaka. The total number of printing blocks housed in the printing house is 325,552. Among these, 228,814 are ancient printing blocks. Image blocks consist of thousands of thangkas, mandalas, illustrations for the beginning pages of major texts, and thousands of images needed for initiations, etc. There are illustrations on both the left and right sides of the beginning pages of major texts. The blocks were carved between the 18th and mid-20th centuries. They include a variety of important texts and works produced since the 11th century. Their content covers various aspects of traditional Tibetan culture. The ancient printing blocks have been passed down to the present day. Although they have undergone many changes and have suffered from natural disasters, including damage by insects and rodents, they have been preserved intact to this day. Particularly noteworthy for its excellent texts and illustrations, The Perfection of Wisdom in 8,000 lines is written in 3 different scripts that reflect exchange and mutual learning between different civilizations. Other texts, such as the 100,000 Tantras of the Nyingma school, a compendium of Sadhana, the compendium of Tantras, and others represent the only extant edition in the world. The Kangyur, the collected translation of Buddha's words, and Tengyur, the translated treatises on the teachings of the Buddha, printed in the printing house, are renowned as models for subsequent editions. It is especially noteworthy that Derga houses printing blocks for precious texts that have been lost at home and abroad. History of Buddhism in India and History of Buddhism in Han Chinese region are among such rare texts. These block printed texts and works cannot be found anywhere except at the Derga printing house. Such texts embody the characteristics of authenticity, rarity, uniqueness, irreplaceability, and completeness that are associated with the Derga printing house. The printing process of the Derga printing house is complex. It maintains a fine division of labor and strict quality control. It occupies a unique position in the history of block printing of humanity. We believe that the Derga printing house will not only protect the ancient printing blocks well, it will also continue to pass down the only uninterrupted practice of manual printing technology in the world. Through this ongoing work, the Derga printing house will accumulate immeasurable merit and provide benefit to the world.
Clock, which is the morning tea time in our program. Can I just have some advice on whether we keep going or we stop now? Covered 9 of the 21, I think. There's 3. Before tea, we'll have the first presentation from Indonesia. Oh, sorry. Before tea, we'll have the first presentation from Indonesia, and then after we've had our break, the next 2. All right? Yeah, okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anita, and there is my colleague Nelvi. We are from Semen Padang, a cement company from Indonesia. Thank you for the opportunity. Indarung 1 Semen Padang is the first cement plant in Southeast Asia. Founded in 1910, it is currently 114 years and counting. A truly extraordinary journey, something that we are proud to share with you and all the nations of the world. Okay, let me start first of all by presenting to you PT Semen Padang today. PT Semen Padang is a member of PT Semen Indonesia Persero SIG, a state-owned enterprise of Republic Indonesia. It operates 5 plants with a total capacity 8.9 million tons of cement per year. The production process is made up of limestone mining, milling and burning raw material, cement grinding, packaging before finally distributing the product to its customer through Emma Port. Currently, we call it Teluk Bayur Port. The business process has been existed since 1910. The fundamental process has stayed the same for the most part, but with more sophisticated and up-to-date equipment. Cement marketing is not only for domestic area, but also for international market. In addition to the plant, Semen Padang's facilities also include employee housing. Next, please. Green open spaces, biodiversity hotspot, to affect an atmosphere that is beautiful and lovely. Semen Padang currently employs about 4,500 personnel. Okay, next please. Made up of permanent and outsourced employees. We also promote gender diversity and equal opportunity. There are numerous female employees who occupy high-level positions in the company. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for a moment, we would like to take you back into 1900s when the first cement plant in Southeast Asia was established. In the 1900s, there were not many cement factories in Asia. Most of the cement demand was fulfilled from Europe. This situation led one of Dutch private company to establish the first cement factory in Southeast Asia, NIPCM, to be precise on March 18, 1910. Located in Indarung, West Sumatra, Indonesia. The plant is now called Indarung 1. There were 4 significant aspects that made Indarung 1 great. Indarung 1 was able to produce cement with a quality that was comparable to European cement. Quality cement formed from several factors. High quality coal, the use of modern and more advanced European equipment, and good quality limestone. High quality coal, the coal used as fuel, was from Ombilin coal mining Sawah Lunto, West Sumatra. Coal from Ombilin had the best quality at that time. The location of the mining was relatively near to Indarung 1. The second is the use of modern and advanced European equipment. Indarung 1 was using modern technology from Denmark. One of them was hanging lorry to transport raw material from Karang Putih Hill to the plants and cement from the plant to the Emma Port. This technology was effective and efficient because it didn't need a lot of manpower. The 3 is the good quality of limestone. The limestone used as the main raw material was taken from Karang Putih Hill in Indarung. At the time, it's well known for its excellent quality. The second significance of Indarung 1 is women's involvement. At the time in Indonesia, the role of women was very limited, but not in Indarung 1. Women were involved in several operation activities, such as landlord of hanging lorry and female workforce. This was inseparable from the Minangkabau culture, indigenous tribe in West Sumatra, where the kinship system used is matrilineal, namely drawing of lineage from the mother's side. The third is multicultural employees. The workforce check. The third significance is multicultural employees. The workforce present at that time came from various regions in Indonesia. As well, there were some from Europe, especially the Netherlands, and also from China. The number of foreign workers was quite large, recorded at the personnel archive. The diversity of this workforce certainly had a positive impact, allowing the exchange of knowledge, culture, and foreign languages. The last significant aspect was the contribution of Indarung 1 to vital infrastructure in Asia. One of them being the port in Singapore.
Could you bring the presentation to a close?
Okay.
As quickly as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. which at that time was the gateway to the world trade. Currently, Singapore is one of the busiest ports in the world. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Semen Padang has a special place in Asia's history. It will continue to be a well-run company with operations that contribute positively to build the nation and the Asia region. We assume favorably, consider it for MOWCAP, so it will be remembered by our children and grandchildren. Thank you for your attention and consideration. We wish you have a great day. Terima kasih. Bye-bye.
Morning tea time, so we have 15 minutes. So back at 10:25. Thank you.
Wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise. Wood printing blocks of a Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary of Buddhist terminologies, which was composed under the supervision of Chankya Rolpe Dorje. It is originally titled The Mirgud Qarhin Oran in Mongolian, which means the land of emerging erudites. In 1924, when the People's Republic of Mongolia declared its independence and sovereignty in Asia, and the first printing house of Mongolia started issuing the first modern publications, the wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise was crafted at the Aga Monastic School of Buryatia in 1924 at the initiative of the Institute of Sutra and Scripts of Mongolian Academy of Sciences. These wood printing blocks, therefore, became a testimony of the historical tradition of bookmaking not only among the Mongols but also in Asia and its national documentary heritage of Mongolia, bearing institutional memory of the process of social and cultural development and reform in Mongolia. It was included in the list of the exceptionally invaluable historical and cultural monuments of Mongolia in 2012 by the government of Mongolia under its resolution number 105 and was inscribed to the UNESCO's Memory of the World Register in 2011. Wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise.
presentation from Indonesia, the Sugar Research Institute's archives.
Check, check. Thank you very much. The Honorable Chairman of MOWCAP, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In 1880, the sugar industries in Asia and Pacific were in crisis. In this presentation, we will show that scientific research and collaborations in the form of sugarcane seedlings, ideas, and knowledge exchanges were the key to success in saving the sugar industries and have transformed them into the pillar of Asia and the Pacific's economy. For a brief picture, let's enjoy this video.
In the heart of Asia Pacific lies a sweet heritage that has shaped the region's history and identity. Join us on our journey to explore the archives of the Indonesian Sugar Research Institute, which is able to contribute a documentary legacy to the collective memory of Asia Pacific. Under the tropical light of Indonesia, Indonesian Sugar Research Institute has been a careful custodian of the history and innovation of the sugar plantation industry. When the Sereh disease appeared in 1880 and became a serious problem in the world, sugar industrialists suffered huge losses because the sugar cane they planted could not be processed into sugar. Apart from the attack of Sereh disease, sugar industrialists in the Dutch East Indies also had to face competition from imports of beet sugar from Europe, which was of good quality and low prices, which threatened to destroy the entire Dutch East Indies economic system.
The Sereh disease was the main reason for the establishment of a research institute on July 9, 1887 under the name Crustacean of Java to support the sugar industry in the Dutch Indies.
The discovery of the wonder cane POJ 2878 by Jacob Jesuit in 1921 was a major success for the Indonesian sugar industry. POJ 2878 is used as a parent in crisis in almost all countries in the world, including Australia, USA, British India, Cuba, Colombia, Brazil, Puerto Rico, India, Taiwan, and many more. Indonesian Sugar Research Institute has played an important role in the development and modernization of the world sugar plantation industry. Indonesian Sugar Research Institute has collected and saved valuable knowledge for future generations.
The Indonesian Sugar Research Institute's archive contain historical data, research findings, and technological innovations that reinforce the existence of collaborations, share knowledge among sugar research institutions, encourage sustainable practices, and strengthen the resilience of the sugar industry in Southeast Asia and its surroundings. Library and Archive Office of East Java Province is committed to continue the preservation of this historically valuable archive.
ISRI's achievement demonstrates the importance of scientific research on sugar that is carried out not only based on the local environment conditions, but also involve continuous exchanges of research material, knowledge, and idea among sugar-producing countries in the Asia-Pacific region.
The Indonesian Sugar Research Institute archives are an important part of the Asia-Pacific memory, recording extensive scientific research and collaborations that support the region's sugar-based economies. The archive shed a new light on the role of women in scientific fields such as GNF working on soil research and Gerarda Wilding on sugar diseases. The loss of these archives will reduce the richness of the region's collective memory and obscure the traces of the socio-economic transformation of the Asia-Pacific societies.
The Indonesian Sugar Research Institute's archives are proof of the resilience and ingenuity of people involved in the sugar industry throughout history. Its nomination is in line with MOWCAP's mission to preserve and promote documentary heritage that reflects the diversity and richness of the Asia-Pacific region, from East Java to the collective memory of Asia and the Pacific.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Let me end this presentation by saying that the inclusion of the Indonesian Sugar Research Institute's archives in the MOWCAP's register will guarantee the preservation and the revitalization of scientific research and collaborative spirit as guidance and inspiration to create a better sugar world and more prosperous society in the Asia and Pacific. Thank you.
Shall I continue? Okay, thank you. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In the next 5 minutes, I will share with you the experience and the struggle of a remarkable figure from Minangkabau, West Sumatra, Indonesia, Tuanku Imam Bonjol. First of all, I would like to invite you to watch this short video.
Banyak catatan-catatan sejarah terkait dengan masa Padri. Dari sekian banyak catatan tersebut, manuskrip Tuanku Imam Bonjol merupakan salah satu catatan otentik yang ditulis oleh pribumi.
Ke kampung tadi buat ke Bukit Tinggi, ya kan, ke Padang, Batavia, kemudian ke Cianjur, ya kan, kemudian ke Ambon, terus ke Manado.
Kenapa diungsikan begitu jauh? Karena pengikutnya begitu banyak. Dan dari teorinya memang betul, manuskrip itu memang dibuat di abad ke-19. Kertas yang awalnya berlubang, itu sekarang kita jumpai tidak berlubang lagi, karena sudah dilakukan urauchi, pemberian tisu Jepang, setiap halaman diberi tisu Jepang, dan akhirnya dilakukan penjelidian ulang. Hasilnya, itu bisa kita lihat seperti kondisi sekarang. Beberapa di dalamnya memang sudah tidak bisa terbaca lagi. Tetapi ini bisa diakali dengan cara beberapa orang ternyata telah menyimpan fotokopinya. Yang tahun 80 pernah memotokopi dan fotokopinya masih terjaga sampai sekarang. Kolofon penulisannya ada, tetapi sesungguhnya informasi berikutnya, naskah itu dibawa siapa dan keberadaan di mana juga tertulis di dalam naskah itu. Jadi kolofonnya begitu ramai dan ini perlu didudukkan oleh peneliti. Nah, ini menempati kedudukan yang tinggi dalam khasanah manuskrip Minangkabau itu. Kenapa demikian? Nah, kita jarang menjumpai teks-teks seperti ini. Tapi yang kemudian pentingnya lagi teks-teks sejarah ini adalah bagaimana kita bisa melihat versi lain dari sejarah yang dokumennya selalu kan dari barat satu, yang dari lokal jarang diangkat gitu. Kalau kita ingin simpulkan bahwa naskah Tuanku Imam Bonjol ini naskah kesejarahan yang kemudian menempati tempat yang sangat penting dalam khasanah manuskrip Minangkabau.
Next slide, please. So humans can achieve peace through various means, with experience serving as a pivotal teacher in learning the culture of peace. Prior to his capture and exile, Tuanku Imam Bonjol, the leader of the war between Minangkabau and the Dutch, reflected on the war's significance after 34 years of sacrifice. He expressed deep regret to his followers. There are many laws of the Book of Allah that we have violated. What do you think about that? These reflections are preserved in his memoir, Tambo Tuanku Imam Bonjol, a singular surviving manuscript found in the world. This work reflects a long experience of a human being who has learned about the meaning of conflict and reconciliation. Born in 1772 in West Sumatra, Tuanku Imam Bonjol is known as a leader of resistance to Dutch colonialism in the 19th century. He led the Padri War, one of the longest wars during colonialism in Indonesia, that lasts from 1803 until 1837. He was captured and exiled in several places. Even in his exile, he continued to organize the resistance movement. For his struggle, he has been acknowledged as an Indonesian hero. Imam Bonjol died in 1864, but the evidence of his experience still lives on in the Tambo Tuanku Imam Bonjol manuscript. This manuscript was first reported by Van Ronkel in 1915 in his article Indigenous Testimonies of the Padri War. This manuscript was written by Naali Sultan Caniago, the son of Tuanku Imam Bonjol, through a dictation process during their exile in Manado in 1841. It stands as a pioneering work in terms of its influence and genre. Written in Malay with Jawi character, this single and unique manuscript was acknowledged by Jeffrey Hedler as a first Malay biography in the modern sense. Tambo Tuanku Imam Bonjol bears witness to Padri Wars. Initially sparked by the differences in religious principle among indigenous tribes, it later evolved into a conflict against Dutch colonialism. The record of patriotism became a spirit and struggle that was passed on to subsequent generations. Next, please. Imam Bonjol Journal brings a positive narrative by prioritizing aspects of peace and reconciliation in the form of expressions of regret. The text showed the role of Islamic leaders in maintaining the honor of Islam through the effort to mediate the practice of religious deviance and offer consensus with customary leaders. Next. In the context of gender equality, the text contains 71 instances of words like woman and 40 occurrences of mother, indicating the inclusion of female figures in the narrative. Apart from portraying women and children as victims of war, the manuscript also depicts the bravery of women in the battle, as you can see in the quotation.
Can you please bring the presentation to an end? It's now 5 minutes, thank you.
Yes, okay. To conclude, this legacy has significance to be proposed as memory of the world, specifically for Asia and the Pacific. First, it stands as the pioneering work in terms of influence and genre of writing. The work is a hypnogram with the actor directly narrating the historical events. Second, it holds significant historical relevance to pre-independence Indonesia, serving as a testament to the history of Minangkabau in the 19th century. Third, this work presents a global narrative of Islamic movement between Middle East and Southeast Asia from the 18th to 19th century. Fourth, the manuscript highlights the active role of women, a future supported by cultural background of Minangkabau with its matrilineal kinship system. Last, for serving as the sole Malay Minangkabau handwritten work that unveils historical fact and taught us of peace and reconciliation, this manuscript holds an irreplaceable position as a reference not only for future research, but especially for the future generation. Thank you for your attention.
Presentations from Malaysia. Just, I won't set the timer until you start, but just start when the presentation comes up on the screen.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, now it's my turn to present about the nomination by Malaysia. Okay, and then the first one is on about the At-Tarikh Silsilah Negeri Kedah, genealogical history of Kedah State, MS 100. And this manuscript is classified as a historiographical journal that contains the history of the kings, origins, and the formation of the state of Kedah, Malaysia, which provides a valuable insight into the evolution of historiographical works by palace writers of the Kedah Malay Sultanate in the early 20th century. And the custodian of this manuscript is under the Institute of Language and Literature in the Agency of Malaysia. And this manuscript is still maintained in terms of its authenticity and integrity, and it's well preserved with a proper management plan. And in terms of official work, this manuscript is considered as an official history work because of the Muhammad Hassan itself, I mean the author of the manuscript, was still bound by the Convention of Malay Sultanate historical writing, which were to base one's writing on palace sources. Besides, after the completion of this manuscript, it was printed on the following year by Jeloton Press, which was owned by Syed Sheikh Al-Hadi and was active that time in Penang. And then the manuscript, which comprised 440 pages, was printed in Jawi script on 7 Rabiul Awal 1347 or 1928. Okay, in terms of the significance of this manuscript, of course, this manuscript rich in historical sources that has been grouped as one of the important Malay masterpieces of the early 20th century, where it displays the height of the nation's philosophy. And then this manuscript is one of the primary sources of Malay world history that is factual in nature compared to the historical pattern literary works that existed before. And in terms of form and style, this manuscript consists of rich in written and implied meaning and metaphors and that symbolize common sense, manners and politeness of the Malay authorship of the age. And in terms of social, community and spiritual, it contains state etiquette that includes advice and guidance for the government to the king and courtiers. Okay. Okay, in terms of the source of references that being referred by many scholars or researchers, given that the importance of this manuscript among the historians and community today, there are many previous studies made by scholars on Atari Silsilah Kedah, and include the studies of made by Muhammad Isa Osman in 2006, Shamsuddin Muhammad Joseph 2014, and many other studies made under this from this important manuscript. In terms of regional significance, this manuscript, the manuscript of Atari Silsilah Kedah, is deserved to be classified as traditional historical writing because the language resembles the works of traditional times, such as Hikayat Merong Marawangsa, Hikayat Merong Marawangsa, Sulatul Salatin, Malay History, Hikayat Aceh, Hikayat Banjar, and the story of the King Pasai, as example. However, the Atari Silsilah Kedah can be classified as historical work of the transition period between traditional and modern writing. And in addition, if viewed from the general point of view, this Atari Silsilah Kedah is not entirely the same as other Malay manuscripts, where they are always considered to be the result of traditional Malay literature, which is included in the genre of historical literature. Okay. Okay, in terms of our uniqueness of rarity, it is the only one of its kind ever created, and there are no other similar version copied from this manuscript. And then next on the statement of significance, it is one of the longest continuity of the Malay Sultanate profile history that can be taken from this manuscript as well. That's all from me, from Malaysia about the Atari Silsilah Kedah. Thank you. Okay. Now it's about the Royal Correspondence of Baginda Omar, or Surat Persenjataan Baginda Omar. And this actually consists of 55 original letters and one official proclamation written in Jawi in the collection, with the core documents comprising both official and private correspondence. This next slide, please. And then the Royal Correspondence of Baginda Omar was declared as a national heritage, Gazetteman number PUA 328 during the 2012 National Heritage Declaration ceremony. And this is the most, the National Heritage Act is the most prominent act to protect the heritage in Malaysia, and then also together with the National Archive Act as well. And this is under the custodian of National Archive of Malaysia. Okay, when we talk about the historical significance, these letters shows the element of modern administration had already been established in the Malay world, especially in Terengganu state before the entry of colonial power in Malaya. Okay, and then the second one is about the diplomatic, where it is one of the most important evidence of diplomatic relations with many other countries in the Malay archipelago, such as Siam, Kelantan, Pahang, Johor, Riau, the British in Singapore, and Great Britain, where the diplomatic skills and strategy resulted in Terengganu remain as an independent without foreign interference in, like British, Siam, and any local power. And the third one in terms of the economy, where it is one of the important evidence that marks the economic development in one part of the Malay world that took place in the 19th century. Okay. Okay, next please. Okay. Okay, in terms of social community and spiritual significance, this Royal Correspondence of Baginda Omar provides one of the most important evidence of the role of the Malay Sultanate, which was indeed very influential in transforming Malay communities socio-economically around the 18th century until the 19th century, when the business activities inspired by His Majesty became a vehicle for the socio-economic progress of Malay communities. And then next please. In terms of regional significance, this letter bears witness to a complex, vibrant, and sustained multilateral transmission of new ideas, understanding, and approaches that comprehend the complexities of modernization and intercultural exchange in the pre-colonial 19th century world of Southeast Asia. Besides, the collection also contains letters consisting historical events throughout the Malay world, particularly the history of Pahang and important revelation previously unmentioned and unknown in other sources. The history of the diplomatic exchange of bunga emas, golden flowers, between the Malay Sultanates of Kelantan and Terengganu with Siam or Thailand, etc. And then in terms of the statement of significance, I think the most important point that need to be highlighted is an important evidence, these letters is an important evidence that marks the economic development in the part of the Malay world in the 19th century, and this is one of the most important 19th century Malay primary sources of historical information, and rare example of original Malay Jawi royal correspondence that have been preserved intact and made available for public references. Okay, and also it shows important, remarkable diplomatic relationship between the Malay states and the foreign powers such as British, Siam, etc. Okay.
1 minute left.
Okay.
1 minute left.
Fine. Okay, in terms of gender equality, there are 2 letters that shows that women's welfare has been given serious attention, which is letter number 26 from Engku Selangor to Baginda Omar, and the second one is letter number 38 from Tun Mutahi Pahang to Wan Ahmad of Pahang. Okay, that's all from me, and we hope that these 2 nominations from Malaysia will be considered for inscription this year. Thank you.
We have the two presentations from Mongolia. Those of you who came on the museum tour yesterday would have seen the documentary heritage that's these two.
The family chart of hereditary lords of the Half Mongols, the house of Genghis Khan. This is the 19th century handwritten genealogy of 980 Chenghisids besides Genghis Khan himself that runs for 30 generations, covering almost 700 years of Mongolian history. The chart is regarded as one of the most complete detailed genealogy, where all Genghisids of all four Imaks or Khanates of the Half Mongolia, with today's Mongolia represented together. Today, only 3 of these kinds of charts remain, and the one being nominated is considered as the oldest of the 3, most legible and intact. The core circle of the chart starts with Genghis Khan himself, followed by his youngest son Tolui Noyun, his grandson Kublai Khan, his great-grandson Crown Prince Chinkin, other emperors and princes of the Yuan dynasty and North Yuan, Hans and princes of Half Mongols. The circular diagram has a core circle at its center and is divided into 4 quadrants, which represent the 4 Imaks or Khanates of the Half Mongols. In these 4 quadrants, 936 Half Genghisids are represented, and all of them trace their ancestry directly to Genghis Khan. 42 of them served as Khans of their respective Khanates. According to the tradition of Mongolian family chart production, the individuals who were alive at the time of the document's creation are written in red to distinguish them from deceased. Also, every man has a number written in red before his name, indicating his birth order and family. It's written in the neat chancellery style of classical Mongolian script. All names, titles, and words are legible. The chart contains the first stamp of the library that was in use between 1921 to 1930, which signals that the document was received during that time. It has been kept at the National Library since, and therefore unaltered and authentic. We focused on 3 aspects of our manuscript. First, the chart is visually and symbolically unique and beautiful. The chart is in the shape of multiple layers of a circular diagram, where the clean and orderly lines of letters coming from the central circle in different directions are reminiscent of the sun and its beams. This sun-style compilation of the family charts and other documents was very popular and ubiquitous among the Mongols for many centuries. Chinese chronicles mention that during the Yuan dynasty, government officials used to put their signatures in the shape of the sun after key meetings, as a sign that all parties would be equally responsible for the settlement of issues. Among the Mongols, this practice was known as Dorölim Bichig, which translates to words in a circle. Second, the family chart. Its core circle commences with Genghis Khan himself, followed by his grandson Kublai Khan. 2 remarkable figures who made indelible marks through their political activities on world history, especially in Eurasia. Kublai Khan and other emperors in the Yuan dynasty were not only effective masters of the Middle Kingdom, but at the same time the great Khans of the Ich-Mongol Ulus, or the Great Mongol Empire, which at its height at the beginning of the 14th century, during the reign of Ulzid Khan, Emperor Chengzong, covered an expansive territory stretching from the Korean peninsula to the Mediterranean Sea. Third, the chart is crucial source material for the study of the Altyn Uruk, known as the Golden Clan in English, which was once among the most powerful family clans on the Eurasian continent. The Golden Clan was not only a family clan, but also the institution which had been the cornerstone of Mongol statehood and the symbol of the unity of all Mongols for 718 years from its founding in 1206 until the adoption of the communist constitution in 1942. The members of this clan faced persecution during the Great Purge of the 1930s, labeled as class enemies due to their direct lineage to Genghis Khan. During the Great Purge, almost all members of the clan were executed, and the institution of the Golden Clan was destroyed in North Mongolia. Therefore, the document stands as one of the few surviving records that can be considered a written monument to the Golden Clan. The family chart of hereditary lords of the Half Mongols, the House of Genghis Khan. Mongolia's first postage stamps, Eldivotcher. Mongolia has pioneered in the postal services of the world since 1235. In its 800 years of history, Mongolians used postal horse stage station systems that later spread throughout the world. Continuing this historic tradition, the very first Mongolian postage stamp, Eldivotcher or Vajra, was issued in 1924. All sets of 7 series of these postage stamps are very rare and authentic. It depicts Eldivotcher or Vajra, a legendary weapon that symbolizes strength and an irresistible force. The face values are expressed in 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50 cents and $1. Postage stamps reflect the country's culture and customs. The first Mongolian postage stamp, Eldivotcher, went into circulation in 1924 and attracted the attention of Asian countries. For example, in 1924, the Shanghai newspaper, North China Daily News, published an article about the issuing of the first Mongolian postage stamp, Eldivotcher. With Eldivotcher stamps, mail correspondence and parcels between Mongolia, China, and Russia increased dramatically. As a result, postal relations between Russia and China, which have large populations in the Asian region, passed through Mongolia. The employment of women expanded after the development of the postal services in the early 20th century and the issuing of the first postage stamp in Mongolia. Hundreds of women were employed in different positions like post office workers, telegraph messengers, telephonists, and delivering mail in rural areas. The first postage stamp of Mongolia, the Eldivotcher or Vajra postage stamp, has an academic importance. Postage stamps are important documentary heritage for humankind. The government of Mongolia has taken the initiative in this regard and is nominating the first stamp of Mongolia to be registered in the Asia and the Pacific Regional Register. Other countries are also open to nominating their first postage stamps as a heritage of humanity in the region and globally. Most things in people's lives have become digital, and some things can be done online without leaving home. On the one hand, this is good. When you ask a person on the street, when was the last time you sent a letter with a stamp? Most people are embarrassed to answer, because people no longer write letters on paper and send them in envelopes with stamps to each other. Today, many payment methods, such as Bitcoin, e-stamps, and NFTs, are going digital. One often faces dilemmas between digital goods and physical paper stamps. In such a situation, we must preserve the original historical purpose and significance of postage stamps for future generations and to draw the attention of people in Asia and the world for this issue. Therefore, we are nominating postage stamps to be registered as a documentary heritage in Asia and the Pacific. Our world is full of wonders, but our heritage is consistently threatened by natural disasters, climate change, pollution, and the development of new technologies. We strive to work with communities, governments, and organizations to traditionally preserve this extraordinary heritage of postage stamps. In 2024, Mongolia celebrates the 100th anniversary of the first postage stamp, El Devocher. Mongolian stamps have contributed to the country's historical development and that of the region. Nominated items have a historical and cultural significance not only for Mongolia, but also for the Asia-Pacific region and the world as a symbol of independence, mutual cooperation, and contribution to the emerging world postal integration in the early 20th century. When a postage stamp is registered in Asia and the Pacific Regional Register, it will commemorate a legacy from our past, something we'll live with today and will leave to future generations.
Sorry, next we have two presentations from the just start once it comes up on the screen.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the MOWCAP, the Philippines has the honor to present our nomination for the inscription of Doctrina Cristiana en Lengua Española y Tagala, Manila 1593 in the MOWCAP Regional Register. The Doctrina Cristiana was printed in Manila in 1593, supposedly by Chinese artisans under the auspices of Dominican priests. It is the earliest printed book in Tagalog, using both the Roman alphabet and Baybayin, an ancient Filipino syllabary used since pre-colonial times. Its printing represents a crucial period in Philippine and Asian history, which embodies the meeting of cultures, worldviews, technologies, and languages. At face value, what is obvious is that the Doctrina is an important marker in the period of contact between Filipinos and Europeans, in particular of the missionary activities in the early period of Spanish colonialism. It is also a testament to the techniques used by the friars. Shaped by their experiences in South America, the Spanish missionaries studied and used indigenous language, in this case, Tagalog, to teach the Christian faith. It can be said then that this book is a product not only of the Spanish missionaries under whose direction it was written and printed, but also of the natives they encountered both here and abroad, the interpreters who made the translations possible, and the craftsmen who produced the final printed product. The Doctrina, therefore, is unique, being printed for a local audience but shaped by a global reality. While the use of local languages in the missions is not unique to the Philippines, the Doctrina's use of the Baybayin alongside the Roman alphabet allowed for the preservation of this indigenous Filipino script. It is the first printed book to use Baybayin, since the other books printed in Manila in 1593 are in Chinese. Thus, together with the Baybayin manuscripts we are nominating for the International Register, the Doctrina holds the distinction of being the oldest and most complete record written in this script. Because of this, the Doctrina is also among the oldest attestation of possible correspondences of Baybayin to other Southeast Asian and Indian scripts, and reminds all of us of the existence of a rich pre-colonial culture prior to the arrival of the Spanish. Also, the Doctrina is an important reminder of the poorly documented history of the establishment of printing in the Philippines. It stands as a rare example of 16th century innovation in printing technology by using the Chinese woodblock method to print books written in the harder to engrave Roman alphabet. Thus, it is an important evidence that this printing technique, first invented during the Tang Dynasty in the 7th century, was widely used by the Catholic Church to disseminate knowledge and Christianity in 16th century East and Southeast Asia. Mr. Chair, on 20 June 1593, Governor General Perez Dasmariñas wrote Felipe II, the King of Spain, to send Las Doctrinas Cristianas, la una en lengua Tagala, y la otra en la China. Between then and 1942, the fate of the Doctrina became obscure. The earliest known history of the extant copy we have now was traced back by our national artist for literature, Carlos Quirino, to World War II Italy, when the volume was sold to Luigi Banzi, a book collector in Bologna. It was then sold to a Paris dealer, who in turn sold it to William H. Schaub, a New York-based dealer of rare books and manuscripts. An American collector, Lessing J. Rosenwald, bought the book from Schaub, and in 1946 bequeathed it to the United States Library of Congress, its current owner and custodian. In 1893, or more than 100 years ago, one of the pioneer Filipino historiographers, Trinidad H. Pardo de Tavera, expressed his doubts that the book even existed. Today, we are fortunate that a copy of this Philippine incunabulum was located, is well cared for, preserved, and made accessible for our generation and the next. Mr. Chair, members of the MOWCAP, on behalf of the Filipino people, I have the honor to ask you to consider this nomination of this unique artifact, which represents the shared history of the Philippines, of our Asia-Pacific neighbors, and of the rest of the world. The Doctrina Cristiana remains as an important piece of the world's documentary heritage, and we hope that by inscribing it in the MOWCAP Regional Register, we can jointly recognize the importance of this book to our shared history as a region. Thank you.
Our next presentation will be online. May we request the screen of Dr. Hocano? There, thank you very much.
Here. Okay.
Just start when you're ready.
Okay. Excuse me a moment, please. All right. Okay. Excuse me a moment, please. I will have to change something. Let me see. There. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Philippines, I'm nominating the Hinilawod Epic Chant recording from Central Panay, Philippines. This is a collection or a series of 15 epics from the Suludnon people, here located in near the Halawod River. The Suludnon are now known today as the Panay Bukidnon, and the epic is known as the Hinilawod, which literally comes from the mouth of the Halawod River. Okay, and this here, the river is still extant even today. The alternative term for these epics is known as the Sugidanon, and this is part of the Panay Bukidnon heritage, the largest indigenous group from the island. The Panay Bukidnon cover a wide range of peoples territory from Iloilo to Antique, Aklan, and Capiz on Panay Island. These indigenous people have long preserved their traditional indigenous knowledge rituals. The rituals for the healers and mediums known as the Bailan or the Babaylan, their kinship and justice system, traditional music and dance, and even traditional medicine. And you can see the samples here of the traditional embroidery, the harvest, fishing rites, and the epic chanting. The Hinilawod is an oral tradition that records these myths and legends of the ancient heroes and heroines. In particular, two have been recorded and transcribed, and these are the epics of Labao Donggon and the epic of Humadapnon. And these detail their encounters with mythical creatures, deities, and challenges. These stories offer an insight into the cultural beliefs, values, and folk history of the Visayan people of Panay. The Hinilawod recordings contain these following epics and cycles. These are from the first one from the Ulang Udig contains this following: Labao Donggon, Humadapnon, the epic of the triplets, and so on. Mag-Idan and Akiton, the epic of Bangkaya. The Huganan, which is named after the chanter with whom Dr. Hocano had worked during his lifetime, contains the following from the epic of Humadapnon, the Tarangban, Pagbalukat Kabiday, Pungaw, Ginlawan, Alayaw, and Buruhisan. And from the Labao Donggon cycle, also under the Huganan collection, you have these epics: Pawikan, Kalampay, Sarandihon, Sagnay, Lunok. These are exemplars of oral literature. These are the epics have been transmitted orally through several generations. They also include the timeless melodious charm of living and mighty voices. Inset in the picture is a picture of Dr. F. Lando Hocano when he originally recorded this epics. The epics, or the known as the Sugidanon, also preserve the living voices of the chanters. And you have here a lineage, the genealogy of the chanters. And it documents the material culture of the period, the description of musical instruments, dwellings, flora, many more details that have long passed and yet are still unique to the locality. These are some of the indigenous heritage keepers. The significance of this is in the understanding of prehistoric and pre-colonial connectivity of the present-day countries in the Asia-Pacific region, right? And the themes resonate with epics in the other epics in the region: the adventures of a hero, the search for wives, the performance of familial duty, social religious traditions, the value of gold, many more. There is no gender bias in the terms of performance. Both male and female can chant the epics, and the transmission is along the family line. This requires, locating its position requires more in-depth interdisciplinary studies in linguistics, history and anthropology, and in archaeology. These recordings have preserved 15 epics that were narrated in archaic Karaya, one of the languages of Panay Island. The repositories are in Central Philippine University, the University of the Philippines, and in the Ayala Museum in digital form. The inscription of the Hinilawod epic chant recordings in the memory of the world will help in its immediate conservation, including transcription and translation of the remaining epics to prevent dissociation.
Presentation up here, right?
I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
With this, I had thought I would have enough time to play a short audio clip. It's okay.
Yes.
Sa ngaran gid sa tanan ng mga tao sa Pilipinas, madamo gid salamat sa tanan. In English, thank you very much.
Would it be possible to play the video clip at lunchtime? If we could, asked if you could play your video clip at lunchtime if anyone would like to see it. So we'll try and organise that.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry, it's an audio clip.
Oh, audio clip, sorry. That can be played at lunchtime.
Okay.
If people are,
It was just going to be like a few...
I'd better keep to the 5 minutes because
got
everyone
it.
has had to. Okay, thank you. So next we have 2 presentations from Uzbekistan. Now, I'm trying to put up my hand at 1 minute left, but people aren't seeing it down here, so maybe if you could just look and when I
Excuse me?
you start.
May I start?
Yeah.
Thank you. Could you restart? This working, yes. Honorable guest, the Khudaybekgan Devanov was a pioneering Uzbek photographer, cinematographer, and film director. Devanov's collection was formed throughout his entire life. It includes the periods of development of Kharazm at the end of 19th and beginning of the 20th centuries. These objects are the only visual evidence of real events that occurred at turning points in the Turkestan region. The Kharazm region, surrounded by sands, was difficult to access for travelers and ethnographers. Unlike Bukhara and Samarkand, only rare visits by photographers to the Kharazm region are known, but they were all short-term, considering the fact that Devanov was patronized on his work by the Khiva Khans and then by the Soviet authorities. We can say that Devanov's entire collection is authentic for the sole reason that no one else in Kharazm could produce photographs and films for such long period. If you look at Devanov's photographs from a professional point of view, you should notice that in all the photographs one can see the same author's style, be it reportage, street photography, or salon photography. Based on the interiors and props used in these shootings, one can determine the authorship of the photographs by one person. The legacy of Khudaybekgan Devanov consists of more than 1,000 glass photographic negatives, photographic plates, and photographic positives of various formats, some of which in the amount of 314 units are stored in the funds of the Ichankala Museum Reserve, and other part in the amount of not working. Working? Oh, excuse me. Some of which in the amount of 314 units are stored in the funds of the Ichankala Museum Reserve, and the other part in the amount of 690 units in the private collection of Abdullah Yusupov, the son of Devanov's nephew and student. Photographs and films by Devanov represented a collection of unique objects that have a pronounced authentic memory on the one hand and the artistic heritage on the another. These objects are often the only visual evidence of real events that took place at turning points in the history of the Turkestan region. They colorfully show and tell us about everyday life, the state of affairs in the social sphere, about the elite of those times, about education, and most importantly, they are almost the only visual source of information about the role of women in society of that time, the opportunities created for them to receive a decent education, and what is not a little important, especially for women, about their jewelry made pure gold. Considering the greatest historical significance of this collection, as well as the huge interest of researchers, both from the Central Asia region and from around the world, we ask the committee and all participants to vote for the adoption of this collection into the regional register and thereby provide more convenient and even greater access to researchers. Thank you. Next presentation, yes, if it's possible. Dear members of the committee, I am addressing you with a request to consider including the Turkestan album published in 1872 on the list of world cultural heritage in the region of Asia and the Pacific Ocean. This unique historical document is a priceless visual panorama of the Central Asia in the middle of the 19th century, reflecting ethnography, public life, architecture, and politics of that time. The Turkestan album is not just a bibliographic rarity, it's a window into the past, allowing us to see the world as it was more than 100 years ago. The print run of this edition, printed in 1872, remains unknown today, while the complete set of all volumes and parts of this book is kept today only in 3 collections: at the National Library of Uzbekistan in Tashkent, at the State Library named after Lenin in Moscow, and at the Library of Congress in the Washington, D.C. The Turkestan album, containing rare photographs and color pictures, which is scientifically and historically valuable, is kept in the font of the National Library. Of this collection was made in 1871-1872 and consists of 4 parts and 10 volumes. There are archaeology section, ethnography section, craft section, and history section. The part of the album on archaeology and ethnography was prepared by Orientalist Kuhn, agronomist Bradovsky, and botanist Kroos prepared crafting materials. Ivanov prepared materials for painting, and Rotmeister Terentiv prepared materials for military history. Turkestan album photos taken by Nikharoshev. This album includes more than 1,200 unique photographs with descriptions. The work of creating an album is entrusted to Alexander Kuhn. The photography was done in the city streets, markets, squares, villages, places where the nomadic population lives and its surroundings, and the residents helped closely in this work. The main task of the album is to show clearly the following. First, ancient monuments preserved in the country. Second, modern life of the population, types, religious views, customs, clothes, and residences. Third, the country's industrial handicrafts. The fourth, a portrait of the places where the Russian military operation took place and the people who paved the way to Central Asia. Today, thanks to technological development, this visual wealth has become available to virtually every person who has access to the internet. However, the physical preservation of the original edition also has enormous importance. Taking into account the above, I ask you to consider including the Turkestan album on the list of world of the heritage in the region of Asia and the Pacific Ocean. Preserving such unique historical documents is our common responsibility before future generations. Thank you.
It's on. Should I try this one? It's working. Okay, we now have our last presentation of a nomination from Vietnam.
Good morning, distinguished guests, and thank you very much for saving the best for last. And next, next, please. Welcome to you, all of you, to the center of Vietnam to enjoy the 9 dynastic urns which were cast in nearly 200 years ago under the royal order of the Emperor Minh Mang. And they were placed in the art of the Thế Tổ temple and never have been moved until now. Next. Next again. Okay, thank you. Nearly 200 years have gone, and the 9 bronze urns with their 162 motifs in bas-relief have never been gone under any repair, adjustment, or renewal, both in their appearances and contents. Next. As for the regional significance, according to the East Asian tradition, the Jiu, or the number 9, symbolized the supreme position, which means the emperor's throne. And the Emperor Minh Mang had the 9 bronze urns cast to symbolize the stability and the success. Next. And we all know about something we call now Hanzi Wenhua Quan, or the Sinographic Cosmopolis. In China, the emperors of different times choose Jiu Ding or Gu Ding as 9 urns as the national treasure, affirming the steadiness of the dynasty and the long-lasting existence of the nation. And the Han script was commonly used across the East Asia, demonstrating the cultural connection and between Vietnam and the other countries and territories in this region. Next. And you can see the Nhân Ding or Ren Ding, the urn of benevolence, and the Nhi Ha, it means the Nhi River in the Hồng River, or the biggest river system of the north. Although these urns are located in the central of Vietnam, but it tells the stories of the whole Vietnam, including the north, the south, and the center. Next. And here, the image of rice plant, which was embossed in bas-relief on the bronze urn of the Nguyen dynasty, expressed the interference and agriculture culture. This plant was the main food crop of the people in East Asian region. Next. And in Vietnam, the pheasant is a precious product to offer the emperor of the old days. Such administrative divisions as Nhật Nam and Cửu Trân offer the white pheasant to the King Quang Wu of the Han dynasty. So when we are talking about the Chi or the pheasant, we are talking about the diplomatic relation between Vietnam and China in the past. Next. Commissioned directly by the Emperor Minh Mang, bas-reliefs on the 9 bronze urns of the Nguyen dynasty involved the naming and the depiction of each urn, as well as the affirmation of the size, the shape, and the weight, and directly onto the careers. Next. And it's interesting, you can see the Yung He, Yung Ji He, or Vĩnh Thế Canal. Vĩnh Thế Canal was named after the wife of Thoại Ngọc Hầu, who, together with his wife, dug the Vĩnh Thế Canal to facilitate water flow for trade, production, and the livelihoods of the local people. And this demonstrates that the king highly valued the role of women and honored them by naming the canal after the woman and commemorate their contributions. Next. And Vietnam is influenced by East Asian ideology and culture, and the Emperor Minh Mang had the 9 urns cast to symbolize the eternal existence of the dynasty. Image of the star, the sun, and the cloud you can see on the urns. Next. And we have a lot of studies by Vietnamese scholars and foreign scholars about these urns. Next. Next. Tourists and researchers now are free to get access. The QR code, which is translated into English and Vietnamese, is placed right under each urn to serve the tourists. Next. And we have a database on our website. Next. The students are learning the stories in its own, and we welcome a lot of international scholars and guests like the Chief Minister of Brussels in Brazil. Next. And the Director General of UNESCO. Next. And the Worldwide Fund for Nature also visited here. Next. And we have some exhibitions. Next. Next. And in order to preserve the national treasure, this is the last slide, it is necessary to have a shelter, and we are making some copying and saving the archives for us in our website. Next. And we want to save the last minute for one minute clip, please.
Song hành cùng những thăng trầm của một triều đại. Sau gần 200 năm, với biết bao biến cố của thời cuộc vẫn vẹn nguyên. Bảo vật hiếm hoi còn lại, tượng trưng cho vương quyền và sự tồn tại của triều Nguyễn. Một bộ sưu tập độc đáo, độc bản và duy nhất ở Việt Nam. Ẩn sâu trong bộ cửu đỉnh này là những thông điệp và giá trị lớn lao đã vượt ra ngoài tầm vóc của một vương triều để trường tồn với thời gian và nhân loại.
Thank you for saving the best for us.
Thank you to everybody for your presentations. And I think we should clap everybody who gave a presentation and who kept really within the time. I know it was a really big ask, so thank you. Well, I'll now hand over to Dr. Helen Jarvis, the Chair of the Register Subcommittee, who will give her report of the Register Subcommittee on the nominations, and we'll then have some time. We've gone a little bit over time for discussion, so we'll just see how we go. Thank you, Helen. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. I imagine everybody is pretty impressed with the wealth of nominations that we have before us this time. This was the biggest largest number of nominations we've had, and I think they showed a really interesting range from the more traditional and to, it keeps going off, I'm sorry.
Let me give you another microphone.
It's okay at the moment, but it just keeps fading out. Okay, thank you. What I would like to do is just give a brief report from the Register Subcommittee overall. So we consist of 5 members. From the end there is Professor Arjakin from Kyrgyzstan, Wang Hongming from China, and Professor So from Republic of Korea, and myself from Cambodia. We hasten to emphasize, we're not representing our countries. This is not a country vote of our recommendations. We meet as experts, we discuss collectively, and we come to a collective decision. So if you don't like what we said, it's not to be blamed on our country. I'd just like to say that during the round, they were opened, the nominations were opened in March last year, so we've had over a year. We gave 6 months for people to prepare their documents. I'm sorry, this is fading out all the time. Oh, okay. Is that another one's? Hello? Okay. Under our guidelines, we have to allow 4 months, and in response to requests from members last time for more, more time, we allowed 6 months for preparation of nominations, and they were due in September. We had received in September 21 nominations, and we had to examine them for admissibility. There were new criteria we had to have for admissibility. We decided that they were all admissible, and 2 nominations were received for the first presentation you had today from Tuvalu. So we had a nomination from Tuvalu and also from Australia, but both of them said they wanted to be treated as a joint nomination. So it's a little bit complicated. We've got 2 separate forms from 2 different countries, but we're treating it as one, and we're giving it to you to vote as a joint nomination. We had this time the new requirement that countries had to receive the approval of their National Commission. It could be submitted by the National Commission or with the support of the National Commission. This last year, you may remember, there were 3 different nominations were not accepted because they did not get that support. But this year, there were several who didn't have it at the beginning, but we asked them to get it, and quickly they did provide it. So we assessed all of the nominations. We then allocated them to our individual members, and they give a very draft preliminary comment. What did they think, or was it inscribed, to be recommended to inscribe or not, and what things might be missing. Now, I have to say that this round, probably, I think, was the most intensive work for our committee, our subcommittee, because we spent a lot of time going back and forth, and I'm sure all the nominators will know. Perhaps they were a bit surprised to get more than one response from us. But we wrote letters, we communicated of things that we thought were missing, or that sometimes the nomination itself was clearly to be recommended. But I'm sorry to say, the nomination form didn't do justice to the document that was being proposed. So we often sent it back to you to say, you've missed out on some really important aspects, positive aspects of your nomination. So in that sense, our committee, we see ourselves not so much as judges. It's up to you in the end to do the voting. But we were to work with the nominators to try and bring their nomination up to a good point. At least that's the way I think we see ourselves. I'm sorry, I forgot one person on our committee, Opeta Alevo from Fiji. I'm sorry, he's absent here today. I don't know if he's online or not. But sorry, when I just suddenly realized I missed one person. We held 3 meetings of the group as a whole, 2 in person and 1 online. And then on the 28th of March, we sent everybody our preliminary assessment after this back and forth. Then there were still some outstanding issues. I have to say that at the time of the preliminary assessment, we actually had concluded 3 to be recommended, and 14 we were already saying needed more work that was to be prescribed. So it was the last month that I think was also intense for the nominators to come up with what we thought was required. And then all of the people sent back their responses in time. This time we did something different, which is we wrote to every expert that was recommended, or referee that was recommended by the nominators. In the past, we went to them if we had a question, but this time we decided we would try writing, and there were 42 referees were referred all around, and 24 of those people responded to us with giving, I think, some quite interesting, supportive information and clarification of some issues. So that was appreciated, certainly. I'd just like to say that the practice of Memory of the World is the individual members of our committee do not discuss individually with the nominators. All of our communication goes through the Secretary General, as whoever nominated would know. We had the new guidelines, gave the possibility for comments from anybody, and also for contestations, if any concerned country wished to contest. But I'm glad to say that we had no contestations this year, and neither did we have any comments. Nobody looked at the preliminary, the summaries and titles and wanted to comment. So we were on our own completely. I would say that the new guidelines were difficult, extra work for us and extra work for the nominators, but I think we managed it. As I say, there was a lot of revision. The 3 points, interestingly, that we raised last year, 2 years ago, need to be repeated, because there was weaknesses were in the same areas. Weakness on the provenance of the document. People tended to write about the event or the person, but they didn't write about what they're nominating. So that's a weakness. Secondly was comparative analysis. We introduced that this time to try and encourage people to look beyond their own nomination. What else is already on the register or on other registers, or what else do you know about in the region that is comparable to what you are proposing? And then the last point was the gender one, which was a new emphasis from UNESCO. And very often the nominators just left it blank or just said no, nothing relevant. And we got back to them and we said, come on, well, if you look at your nomination, it says a lot about women. Or if it doesn't say anything about women, what does that mean? Is that significant? So there are different ways of looking at gender, what it says and what it doesn't say. So we encourage people to think more about that. And I think you could see from your presentations, many people picked up on that, something that didn't seem obvious to them as a significant point when they first made their nomination. But when they thought about it, there was something to say. So I think that's something that's consistently followed through. This time, I have to say, we had one new problem, which is the requirement now for the consent of the custodian or the owner of the document. And I'm afraid to say that in 2 of our nominations, the custodian and owner, for reasons that we don't quite understand, did not write and give consent. Now, according to our guidelines, the RSC has the authority to request the nominator to explain why there is no letter of consent. And then if we consider that it's still valid to be inscribed, we can recommend it. And so we have done so. But there were 2 cases. I'm a little bit surprised, I have to say, from the Library of Congress, the British Library, and the Prime Minister's Museum and Library in India. Those 3 institutions did not just write a letter saying, yes, we're happy to have it nominated. That's all is required. Not that we support the nomination, but we just consent to the process. Because if the owner is saying, no, it's not valid, that can be a problem. So we had to consider that point very carefully. We probably will recommend some changes in the nomination form because some consistent errors were made, but we'll come to that another time. I'd like to express my personal thanks to all the members of the RSC for their support and active engagement, because it's been quite an exhaustive process. And a particular vote of thanks to our Secretary-General, who had so many letters to write, and all the experts, all the nominations. I think everybody thinks they know Linan very well now, very strong personal connection. And we're now circulating the document. As I said before, in our preliminary assessment just in March, we only had 3 that completely, we said, everybody unanimously said to inscribe. And I must say that after everybody's hard work, we're rather surprised ourselves to say that we're recommending inscription of all of the nominated this year. And so we're circulating for the voting members now, just a summary of each one and recommended for inscription. But that's only our recommendation. The decision is in your hands. Thank you.
Now we have a little bit of time for any questions from you around the table and those online. Either of Helen, the Register Subcommittee, if you want to have, if you have questions about how the Register Subcommittee operated or the recommendations from the Register Subcommittee, or you've got a question to another nominator that you'd like to have something perhaps clarified, now's the time to raise those questions.
May I? It's not a question, it's a compliment. I'm also the member of International Advisory Committee and have been involved in the process, seen the process. I must congratulate RRC for such methodological and excellent work. You need a big round of applause for this excellent work, because as a nominator also the kind of feedback, suggestions we received, it shows how meticulously you have gone to each and every nomination. And I am great admirer and I wish to learn a lot from you. And really, all these recommendations are so analytical and based on all facts. So congratulations to you and thank you very much for wonderful work RSC has done.
Well, any other points you want to make?
One more point, just to say, I think that the Memory of the World Committee for Asia and Pacific seems to be developing into a movie production house. Maybe we have to think of putting our videos together in some way. So it was pretty impressive, your presentations. Thanks, everyone.
I was thinking the same, Helen, that a lot of production houses got asked to make 5-minute long videos. Well, I think if there are no more questions, thank you very much for that in-depth report from the Register Subcommittee. I'll just call this session to a close, and we're a little bit early for lunch, which I wasn't actually expecting to say. So, when we come back at 1 o'clock, Lingham, the procedure will be to distribute the nomination forms to each country, and you will have the opportunity to vote. Then those forms will be taken away and counted, and we will announce the outcome as to whether, you know, what the outcome is, whether inscription or not inscription or something in between. So thank you very much for this morning.
I'm sorry, if I may just take a moment to explain. We have asked everybody to vote one of 4 choices. 1 is to inscribe. 2 is provisionally inscribe, which means just if there's some small point of improvement to be made, but in principle inscribe. Then the other 2 categories are a little bit harder to understand. We've used the same terminology as we're using in World Heritage, which is refer. So go back and revise it. And it looks like it should be inscribed, but it's not ready in such a position. And the other one, the defer, is to say, well, look, really, it's not reached the level. You might like to reconsider the whole thing, maybe approach your problem from a different direction, or a rethink and a rewrite that's not just revision. So those are the 4 choices you have for each item.
So I think we're at the lunch break. Have you got anything to say? We'll just call for lunch and back at 1 o'clock. Yep. The it's the 4th floor for lunch. Okay. So we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
Wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise. Wood printing blocks of a Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary of Buddhist terminologies, which was composed under the supervision of Chankya Ronpa Dorje. It is originally titled The Mirgud Qarkhing Orang in Mongolian, which means the land of emerging erudites. In 1924, when the People's Republic of Mongolia declared its independence and sovereignty in Asia, and the first printing house of Mongolia started issuing the first modern publications, the wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise was crafted at the Aga Monastic School of Buryatia in 1924 at the initiative of the Institute of Sutra and Scripts of Mongolian Academy of Sciences. These wood printing blocks, therefore, became a testimony of the historical tradition of bookmaking not only among the Mongols but also in Asia, and its national documentary heritage of Mongolia, bearing institutional memory of the process of social and cultural development and reform in Mongolia. It was included in the list of the exceptionally invaluable historical and cultural monuments of Mongolia in 2012 by the government of Mongolia under its resolution number 105, and was inscribed to the UNESCO's Memory of the World Register in 2011. Wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise.
Hello. We're now back after having had a nice lunch, and it's time to do, I guess, one of the very important activities of our meeting. So this is time to vote for the nominations. Ling An, our Secretary General, will be delivering you the voting papers, or is doing it right now, I think. I just can't quite see her. But there are a few, she's going round. So a few things I just want to cover. With the nominations, it's one vote per country. So you get to fill out one nomination form, and it's got all the nominations listed on it. You can't vote for your own country's nomination, but you can vote for all the other countries' nominations. The form, when you see it, has been annotated with a couple of letters, and that's just so we can verify that we have got one sheet back for each country, and that each country has only voted for the nominations once. Those nomination forms you return will then be counted, and Joe from UNESCO in Bangkok is responsible, he's sort of the returning officer, for counting the votes and announcing the result. The voting papers will then be destroyed, shredded, I don't know, burnt, they'll be destroyed. For those people online who are voting, can you please return your form to mocapinfo@gmail.com. Thank you. So you'll have your form soon. And I think we probably need to give about probably 10 minutes for you to fill it out. So I'll start the 10 minutes once Ling An has delivered the papers. And I forgot. She's finished. Okay, all the forms have now been distributed. Where's Ling An? Can she confirm? Yeah. Okay, so we'll just allow 15 minutes from now, and that will be 1:05. And that will be, you need to have them back to Joe by 1:22, but I'll put my timer on. Thank you. Any questions on that? Is that all clear?
How will you submit? I've done it. To whom to give? Somebody will come to collect it, or to...
Member state delegates, has everybody cast their nominations vote? Are there any left to collect? Okay, great. So Diane, please go ahead. Thank you. Cambodia. 1 second.
Else? Oh, okay. Malaysia still needs to be collected. No more hands up? All done? For doing that so promptly. That must be a voting record for nominations, I think. So we'll now move on to hearing from our candidates for positions on the Bureau. No, we haven't done it yet. No, they have. Oh, they will once. Very slight glitch we just need to discuss. Right, that was just, sorry, a little glitch which is in the process of being fixed. We will, we're now going to go on to presentations from candidates for the Bureau. Joe, do you want to say anything about who we will be, what positions we're voting for?
Good afternoon. We're pleased to have received nominations from 5 candidates for Vice Chair by the deadline that was set on the 3rd of May. And for the positions of MOWCAP Bureau Secretary General and for MOWCAP Bureau Chair, the incumbents in these positions are nominated unopposed. That's, of course, Lingang Moreau and Quibe Kim. I think you're familiar with their tireless work and goodwill. And so by virtue of being the sole candidates, they are hereby elected by acclamation to a renewed 4-year term. Now, for the position of MOWCAP Bureau Vice Chair, we have certified nominations from 5 candidates, including 2 incumbents, Ms. Vuti Min Hung from Vietnam and Professor Mitsuru Haga from Japan, along with 3 new nominees, Mr. Aiman Gunarto. He is the acting head director general of the National Archives of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Ramesh Gaur. He's the Dean and Director of Library and Information at the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts. And Ms. Gulshat Abikova, Head of the Rare Books and Manuscripts at the National Library of the Republic of Kazakhstan. These candidates are listed on the ballot by the order that their nominations were received. And you are also invited to speak in that order, which I'll call you. Delegates are invited to vote for up to 3 candidates, please. So we will invite all 5 candidates to introduce themselves, and I welcome you to stay within 2 minutes. Starting with Min Hung.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Vu Thi Minh Hương from Vietnam. When I'm former of the State Archives of Vietnam, I've started to know the Memory of the World program, and still now I continue to follow the activities of this program. And for the MOWCAP, I was elected for exactly 10 years. It's in China. I'm elected like a member of bureau, MOWCAP bureau, as the vice chair until now. And recently, the general director of UNESCO decided to meet like a member of IAC, International Advisory Committee of Memory of the World program. So I'm very honored to present my candidate for the vice chair in this general meeting of MOWCAP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Min Hung. And next, Mitsuru Haga, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I am a professor of history at Tohoku University in Japan, and it is my great honor to deliver a presentation here. Through a decade of service as the vice chair of Japanese National Committee for UNESCO Memory of the World Program, and through 6 years as vice chair here of the MOWCAP, I have come to fully appreciate the significance of MOWCAP's missions, which is to celebrate and promote the cultural diversity of each country of this beautiful region in the area of documentary heritage, and to foster the region's amity and mutual understanding. Aspiring to contribute to this noble mission of MOWCAP, I have decided to run for a vice chair position. If elected as a vice chair again, I will make sure that there will be more attention paid to specific characteristics of the documentary heritage in the Asia-Pacific region, the large part of which is exposed to high temperature and humidity and risk of natural disaster. First, I will do whatever I can so that there will be more collective support for each country's nominations to MOWCAP register through capacity building workshops and provision of technical advice. These years, I have been participating in workshops and expert meetings organized with the support of the Japanese Funds in Trust, JFIT, and contributing to sharing information of the Memory of the World program in Asia-Pacific region. Through these activities, I will surely continue encouraging and enabling participants to submit nominations to MOWCAP regional register. Second, I will promote the digitizations of archive, which is indispensable to the long-term preservation of documentary heritage in the Asia-Pacific region. Finally, I promise I have proven my enthusiasm for MOWCAP's activities. I reassure you that as the MOWCAP Vice Chair, I will continue to work together with you, the region's member states, and the colleagues, bureau members. I will do my absolute utmost to advance MOWCAP's program and to achieve our noble missions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Haga-san. We welcome next Mr. Imam Gunarto. He's the acting head and director general of the National Archives of the Republic of Indonesia.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity. Please let me introduce myself. My name is Imam Gunarto, Chair of the Memory of the World National Committee of Indonesia, the Acting Head, Director General of National Archive of Indonesia, and also an archivist. I have worked in the field of archive and documentary heritage for 32 years. When I attended a UNESCO conference at Warsaw, Poland, in 2007, I realized that UNESCO Constitution states, since war began in the mind of man, it is in the mind of man that the defenses of peace must be constructed. Memory of the World program should become the priority for all countries in order to maintain the world peace through the memory of the people within. Strategy, research, inventory, registration, preservation, and access are a key process that should be conducted effectively and integrated. The MOWCAP Bureau should ensure that the process is well implemented by all member states in the region. Therefore, we should encourage every member state to have national committee that could implement the program effectively. In the end, I would like to emphasize that MOWCAP General Meeting has always become a forum that strengthens the relation and network of memory institutions to increase the preservation and access on documentary heritage in the region. We will very happy to invite you, all of the participants, if next meeting could be conducted in Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gunarto. We welcome Mr. Ramesh Gar. He's the Dean and Director of Library and Information at the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts.
Thank you, dear delegates. Since almost 15 years, I'm representing Asia region as a member of International Advisory Committee since 2018. I'm also participating regularly in the MOWCAP activities from 2018, and besides, in India, I'm in charge of UNESCO Memory of the World program, and also I'm the National Coordinator of Expert Group on UNESCO Memory of the World program constituted by UNESCO New Delhi office. Besides that, I have also served IFLA as a Cultural Advisory Committee as a chair. So I quite conversant with the cultural heritage in the region. My sole aim of filling this nomination is that I strongly believe that the South Asia really lacks a particular awareness and also a kind of more domination both in regional and international register. So being a part of Bureau, I consider that I may like to give attention to those areas where the Memory of the World program is not very popular, or with my understanding, with my knowledge, I would like to work more joint nominations among, because in South and Southeast Asia, countries have so many things in common, a lot of shared heritage, but we have very less joint nominations. So I would like to work and
if that capacity is given, I can definitely contribute in capacity building and also enhancing more collaboration, more joint nominations. Besides, as I'm also a member of the UNESCO Global Task Force on Indigenous Languages, because I strongly believe that linguistic diversity and cultural diversity go together. So that understanding and my experience can also help in contributing to this MOWCAP. I look forward to your kind support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We welcome Ms. Gulshat Abikova. She's the head of rare books and manuscripts at the National Library of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Is she not online?
Is that nominee from Kazakhstan online?
Yeah, so it appears that Ms. Abikova is not present to present her candidacy, so we can consider her removed from the ballot, I believe. Which means yes, so her candidacy has been received, and she's not presenting speech, but she has not been removed as a candidate, and if you want to look further into her background, the file is available. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's been.
Thank you, Joe. I think we're now ready to hand the forms around for voting. Yeah. Just one reminder that is on the form. Please select only 3 candidates. If you select more, your ballot will be deemed invalid. So 3 only. It needs to be delivered to Joe over there. It needs to be delivered to Joe, the man standing up. But has everybody had a form and provided their vote for the vice chair, 3 vice chair positions? Anyone still needing to deliver it? You need to count, and when it's The votes for both the nominations and the vice chairs are now being counted. So we'll just move on to the next item while that's happening. So I'll hand over to our chair for the next two meetings, I guess, to take the next item on our agenda. That's the other business, the next MOWCAP general meeting, and any other matters for informal discussion.
Thank you, Diane. Yes, while we're counting the vote, yes, we'll discuss about the next item, the next MOWCAP general meeting, actually, which is very important for us. So during our discussion, I was informed some countries wishes to host next 2026 general meeting. So, but that's an important one. So please express your interest here. Then you see just like last time, after the general meeting, we'll confirm your intention to host the general meeting in written. And then we receive the written confirmation. Then after receiving the proposal, the Bureau will make a decision after careful review. Also, general meeting will be usually May, June around. So please, thinking about all those aspects, please confirm your interest. So as you see, we already informed by the Indonesia wish to host a general meeting, and okay, the floor is yours, Philippines.
Good afternoon to everyone, and on behalf of the Philippines, we would like to express our intention to host the 11th general meeting of the Memory of the World Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific. We are very excited to welcome you to the Philippines, especially since 2026 is the 80th year of our membership in UNESCO and the 75th anniversary of our National Commission. I have already gotten go signals from my Ministry of Foreign Affairs, from the Ministry of Culture, to be able to host this meeting, and we are very excited to bring this meeting to insular Southeast Asia. So we will submit our formal request for us to be able to host this meeting in the Philippines in 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philippines. Express your interest to host our next meeting. And Indonesia, would you like to say something more? Or?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Indonesia is very exciting. If next round we can meeting in Bali. Thank you very much.
Well, very strong proposal. That's enough. Okay, and are there any countries to express host the next meeting? No? Okay.
Seeing this proposal, I'm just rethinking, should I propose it or not? But in case of anything not happening in Bali, then definitely India would like to host it, because it has never been in South Asia. So you can keep our offer also in line.
Thank
But
you.
definitely we'll prefer Bali.
Thank you very much for those countries who wish to invite to the next general meeting. So we'll take a course. Thank you very much. So, yeah. And next. next agenda is other matters for the information and discussion. So, member states and delegates, if you wish to anything to say, so this is the time to express your opinions, comments for our general meeting. So, please tell you about what you have if there is no agenda included in this meeting. So, please. Yes, I cannot find any delegates who raised. India, please.
Chair, I strongly believe more capacity building programs, and particularly in South Asia, we discussed, but because of COVID, it was not materialized. So we are planning to organize a capacity building program for South Asian institutions. UNESCO New Delhi office has already given consent for that. So we seek support from MOWCAP for that. Tentative dates, what we are thinking, something October, November, because after October is the appropriate time to organize that. So we look forward to your support in that.
Thank you, India, for your invaluable inputs. Actually, as you said, MOWCAP will try to our best to find a good partnership with related institutions like ICDH or other organizations to secure the capacity building workshop in the near future, in the especially Southeast Asia. Thank you very much. And any other opinions? Okay, and I cannot find any other delegates to raise their hands. So, okay. And then, yeah, this is the end of our discussion. So,
Thank you. I guess also the new Bureau during the next 2 years, or the next 4 years probably, the tenure of the new Bureau, they were always happy to receive ideas and proposals, for ensuring that MOWCAP does work for you and meet your needs, because you might have views that are really helpful to the Bureau, so I think you need to feel you can always provide them at any time. Well, here we are. We're quite ahead of time. We're waiting for the votes to be counted. Because they haven't been counted, we can't move on to the presentation of the MOWCAP register certificates. So I think, oh my word, we're an hour and a quarter. We don't know, we haven't got the results back. So, we could just hand one out to everybody, then take it back if they... Look, I think probably it's best to do. Just have a break until the results are back in. Talk among ourselves. Does that make sense? I think that's what we will do. But just stay nearby. Just stay nearby so that when Joe has finished, we can do the announcement quite quickly.
While we are waiting, I would like to take this opportunity actually to have a special vote of thanks for the Ministry of Culture of Mongolia, the National Commission for UNESCO, and especially for the volunteers. I do not know how to thank them. We arrived very late at night and the volunteers were there in the airport. We lost our baggage. They were so much helpful to bring it on time. And in every aspect, the young volunteers, I think they actually represent the future and they are part of this whole initiative. And I think on behalf of everybody, we actually would like to extend our profuse thanks to the volunteers.
Now, Joe has the results of the counting, so he will announce the results of the Bureau elections for 3 vice chairs, and then our Chair Quibe will announce the outcome of the nomination vote. Joe, so you start.
Yes, thank you. So the top 3 vote getters were Min Hung, Mitsuru Haga, and Iman Gunarto.
I would like to, well, congratulations to our new Bureau member, Pak Imam. Congratulations. Congratulations, Dr. Min Hung and Haga-san. And thank you all for considering their candidacies, and we look forward to 4 more great years with you. And so I would now like to invite our chair, Mr. Quibe Kim, to the podium so that we can announce the successful inscriptions to the MOWCAP Regional Register for the 2024 round. Thank you.
Yes, I'm very pleased to say that all 20 items are successfully inscribed. Congratulations.
All right, they're joining us online, but congratulations to Australia and Tuvalu for Funafuti, the Edward Zabid 1897 expedition documents. So we could show it on the screen. Oh, okay, here. Congratulations. And awarded to the Liberation War Museum in Dhaka for Sultana's Dream. And once you receive, thank you. And once you've received your certificates, please stay on the podium. Mofidul, maybe you can stay, and then so we can have all the nominators together once they receive it. And to the Chengdu Municipal Archives of Sichuan Province for the archives relating to Chengdu traditional tea houses. Congratulations. And for Huangshan City Archives for the Huizhou Genealogy Archives. Congratulations. And to the Dergi County Cultural Relics Administration Center for printing blocks housed at the Dergi Printing House. Congratulations. And to the National Museum of New Delhi, the illustrated manuscripts of Ramacharita Manyasa of Tulaisidasa. And to the Bandakar Oriental Research Institute for the manuscript of the Sahadaya Luka Lochana, seminal text of Indian poetics. Congratulations again. Also for the Bandakar Oriental Research Institute, the 15th century manuscript of the Panchatra Fables. Congratulations. And from Indonesia, PT Cement Padang for Indarung 1, the first cement plant in Southeast Asia, 1910-1972. Congratulations. And to the Library and Archives Office of East Java Province and the Indonesian Sugar Research Institute for the Indonesian Sugar Research Institute's Archives 1887-1986, the role of ISRI's research activities to the world sugar industry. Congratulations. And National Library of Indonesia and the Provincial Government of West Sumatra for the Tambo Tuanku Imam Bonjol manuscript. Congratulations. And congratulations to the Department of National Heritage and Pusat Dokumentasi Melayu Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka in Malaysia for At-Tariq Salasila Negeri Kedah, genealogical history of Kedah State. Congratulations. And also from Malaysia, the Department of National Heritage and the National Archives of Malaysia for the Royal Correspondence of Baginda Omar, Surat Persendirian Baginda Omar. Congratulations. And to our host country, the National Library of Mongolia for the family chart of hereditary lords of Khalkhan Mongols, the House of Genghis Khan. And to Mongolian Post JSC for Mongolia's first postage stamps, Eldev Ochir. Bravo, well done. And to the National Memory of the World Committee of the Philippines for Doctrina Christiana in Spanish and Tagalog, Manila, 1593. Congratulations. And to Felipe P. Jacano Jr., the Henry Luce III Library and Archive, Central Philippine University, the University of the Philippines Center of Ethnomusicology, and to the community of Panay Bukidnon for the Hinara Wood Epic Chant recordings. Congratulations. To the Art and Culture Development Foundation under the Cabinet of the Ministers of the Republic of Uzbekistan, congratulations on the images of Khorazm Oasis by Kuderbergen Devanov, 1879-1937. Congratulations. And to the National Library of Uzbekistan, named after Alisher Navoy, for Turkestan album 1871-1872. Congratulations. And rightly said earlier, last but not least, the Hui Monuments Conservation Center and Huatien Hui People's Committee, Huatien Hui People's Department of Culture and Sports for the bas-reliefs of the 9 bronze urns in Hui Imperial Palace. Congratulations. So let's have another round of applause to the successful inscriptions to the 2024 MOWCAP Regional Register. This raises the number of inscribed items to 85 for Asia Pacific. Well done, everyone, and thank you. Yes, and so also congratulations to the newly elected MOWCAP Bureau members, Professor Hagasan, Dr. Menhung, and Pak Imam Gunarto. Thank you so much. But we would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to Diane McCaskill, Vice Chair of MOWCAP, for the services that she's provided and contributed to MOWCAP over the years. I've learned personally incredibly so much from you. The program has benefited so much from you, as did the Pacific region. So please, we would like to recognize your services and thank you for being with us. So a big round of applause and thank you to Diane.
Just a couple of words I wanted to say. I've been involved in MOWCAP for about 12 years, maybe a bit longer. And it's just been for me the most wonderful opportunity to learn about documentary heritage in the region and to meet wonderful people working in that area, so dedicated. I'm also kind of feeling really good about leaving now because I've got other things to do. But what is so heartening is to see how MOWCAP has grown over the years. And that's because of people like you who work so hard. It's just so heartening to see so many of you here for this meeting, and I know MOWCAP will go on to be stronger and stronger. So thank you for the flowers and
Thank you, Diane, and we'll continue to be in touch, and we're looking forward to working with you together with the Pacific states in the Asia-Pacific region. Before I invite all of the successful institutions and individuals for a group photo, I would like to thank our hosts in Mongolia, the Ministry of Culture for their support, as well as the Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO. So thank you so much. I'd like to also have a big round of applause for our interpreters who have been working very, very hard. So as well as a team of volunteers and IT and everyone, so thank you so much. And I would also like to thank our colleagues in Bangkok at the Communication Information Unit who are not here with us today, but Ruhan, Alais, and Pop worked very hard as well in close coordination with our friends in Mongolia to make this all happen. So thank you so much, and a big round of applause to them. And to our friends and Secretariat at the Korean Studies Institute for all the activities that we held together this year. Thank you so much. Yes. So I would like to invite the new Bureau members for a picture onto the podium, please. Okay. Yes. And sorry, before for the photo, Joe, can you join as well? Because and Faxon as well as the UNESCO MOWCAP. Thank you, Faxon. Thank you, Joe. So thank you. Oh, thank you, MOWCAP. Thank you, UNESCO. And of course, we would like to thank our Register Subcommittee members who have worked so tirelessly hard. Hours spent, interesting discussions, but thank you so much. Thanks to you, this would not happen. So we would like to thank Dr. Helen Jarvis, our chair, for facilitating and coordinating all the work that the MOWCAP RSC has done. So please, thank you, Helen. Big round of applause for Helen. And to Professor Soo Kyung Ho, thank you. And Hong Min Wan, thank you so much. And Ijarkin Koja Bakova, thank you. And And of course to Opita Alifau from Fiji, who's joining us from Australia, we hope. So Opita, thank you so much. Can you please come to the podium for a group photo, please? So now we will begin the items in the closing ceremony. I would like to invite Mr. Kwibe Kim to give his closing remarks. So thank you for your attention.
Member states, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and friends. Now the 10th General Meeting of MOWCAP has now come to an end. It is my great privilege to provide the closing comments on the completion of a very, very successful meeting here in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. For the last 2 days, we have had a very busy schedule with more than 150 participants joining us on-site and online. I hope this 2 days meeting of exchanging knowledge and sharing experience has achieved its purpose of taking further steps to attain the different aspects of document heritage, including identification, preservation, accessibility, policy mechanism, and international cooperation. In particular, I'd like to congratulate and thank all those who succeed in MOWCAP register today. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank once again our co-organizer, the Minister of Culture of Mongolia, and the Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO, in particular Mr. Bolt Saikan, the Secretary General of Mongolian National Commissions. And they have provided enormous assistance and support in arranging this important event. Without their assistance and generous hospitality, this meeting would not have been possible. Very special thanks are due to the Secretary who has contributed so greatly to this meeting. In particular, Michelle is here. Yes, from Mongolian National Commission. She worked day and night. So thank you very much. And also my special thanks should go to my Secretary General, Linan Mo, Mr. Bo, SG for KSI. And I'd like to give my sincere gratitude to all my bureau members and RSC, especially RSC Chair Helen Jarvis, to prepare for all those documents for the meeting. And interpreter as well. And please allow me to convey my special thanks to the Joe Hirokana and Mr. Banda Faxon from UNESCO. Your participation makes the meeting more meaningful and fruitful. Thank you. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants present for your active participation and support. Your efforts and enthusiasm are fundamental to achieving the goal of our Memory World programs. I wish all those who you on site here a safe and pleasant journey back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our MOWCAP chair, Mr. Kwee-bae Kim. And now I am pleased to invite the Secretary General of the Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO, our gracious hosts and wonderful organizers of this meeting. Thank you so much. A big round of applause to you and to your team.
Wow, I am super happy. About 2 years ago, when I attended the 9th meeting, I came to Korea with no nominations. In fact, I was the reason why we didn't have a nomination. And Helen put me on the spot and said, why didn't you endorse the nomination that was sent from the National Library? And I had to explain myself in front of in a room full of people. And back then, what I said was that we were in the process of reforming our national committee, and I kind of made a promise to get this reform process done and do more. I left the meeting with a sense of obligation to do more, and that's why I think today I'm really happy, delighted in fact, because I really dreamed of having multiple nominations inscribed in this register, especially in my country. So thank you very much. I just wanted to share how happy I am with this outcome. So I wanted to say it's been our great honor and privilege to be your host. Thank you so much for traveling all this way. I know I spoke to many of you. Many of you are here for the first time, and you've traveled really long distances. Some of you flew over oceans. Some of you came from different continents to be here, and I am happy that this meeting apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, recorded the highest number of international participants in MOWCAP meeting history. So that is, I think, partly or mainly because of the great effort and tireless hard work that Lian and the MOWCAP Bureau, the Secretariat, the KSI, Bangkok office, headquarters, and everybody's been doing in the past many years, I guess. So congratulations, I just wanted to tell you. Yeah. And of course, I want to say thank you to the Ministry of Culture, who, when I returned from Andong 2 years ago, I spoke to the gentleman who's sitting next to me, who's been sitting next to me about hosting the next meeting in Mongolia, and he was supportive, and without his support, we wouldn't be able to host this meeting, Mr. Dawatirin. And we are lucky to have a great leadership at the ministry. I wanted to note the deputy minister, who's not here with us now, but his leadership was key, as well as DG Tsingun. I think he's in there somewhere, and specialist Mintsachen and Orntux as well. They've really worked hard to make this happen. And of course, the volunteers, the translators or translator, I think we have one translator who's been doing this alone, and the staff and technicians of this hotel, thank you so much for your work. And of course, the nominators, you did an excellent job with your presentations. Congratulations. So let me wrap this up. I know some of you are going to stay here for a couple more days to sightsee. Some of you are going to fly out tomorrow. Regardless, try to stay longer. Try to enjoy this country. If you don't have the opportunity now, please come back. Mongolia is a huge country. It's 1.5 million kilometers square land with a population of something like 3.3 million people. It's the least densely populated country in the world. And it's got amazing nature, variety of different types of landscapes that you can expect to see. Down in the south, you have the Gobi Desert. To the west, you have the Great Altai Mountains with the snow-capped mountains with snow leopards, and up in the north, you have the Blue Pearl, that is what we call it, the Huskell Lake, which is a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. There you get to see the reindeers and the reindeer herders. And towards the east and the center, you have the famous Mongolian steppe, where horses roam free. And pick where you want to go and try to enjoy yourself, try to connect with nature, try to find some peace of mind and calm, and do some introspection, because Mongolia is really great for that. And well, enjoy your day. Enjoy the rest of your stay. Thank you.
So much, Secretary General Botsai-Khan. It's been lovely being here, and we're looking forward to exploring more of Mongolia and seeing what this beautiful country has to offer. And I'll do my introspection. Without further ado, I just lost my train. I'm just so excited. Okay. So before we invade the podium for group photos, thank you so much, and we hope to see you in India or Indonesia or the Philippines or anywhere in Asia Pacific next time. And just for the last bit of housekeeping, dinner will be at 5 p.m. and it will be on the 3rd floor. So thank you so much. And you may come and take your photos. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and have a pleasurable time in Mongolia. Thank you so much. Yes, sorry, and there's the Philharmonic Orchestra concert at, we're going to leave at 7. No, we're going to walk from here. 6:30. It starts at 7, so we leave from the lobby at 6:30? Okay, 6:30 in the lobby after dinner, but we'll see you all at dinner anyways. So thank you so much.